Hello, friends. Welcome in. How are you today? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Let me just double check that everything else is working, and then we will begin. In the meantime, how are you? What have you been up to? Okay, I think we're all right. Let's move here. Welcome in. How are you, everybody? Magical, you're here first. Hello, how are you? Bear, hello, how's it going? Daz, welcome in. Yeah, I don't know why they weren't working. I've reset the source, so hopefully it'll work. Meow. You could say, you could just turn it off and say one. No, that's okay. Finally decided to put Tomodachi in play. How's it been? I've heard mixed things. Oh, I'm okay, despite everything being terrible. How are you all? Can I add you to my island? I suppose I can't stop you. Don't be shrew. I would never be that shrew to you. Don't be that shrew. I would never be that true to you. What's that from? But Johnson, welcome in. I mean, if you said no, I respect it. No, I don't want to be on your island. I want to be on anyone's island. I prefer not to know how people envision me. I hope your shrew problem is fixed soon. I am hoping it will be soon as well. I've left some surprises for the shrew. Yeah, for those that don't know. Well, that's a shame I already added you. What was like? Oh, the shrew business. Don't be cruel, Bobby Brown. Gotcha. I listened to some Elvis Costello yesterday. It's not quite the same. Bear thing is switched with the 10 stream streak. What was I gonna say? Shrew business, right. The shrew's back. Or a shrew is back. And this time I cannot take it anymore. So I've laid out some traps. I have traps. I cannot have this go on like last time. Last time it literally lasted, what, a month or two? I cannot. Can't do it. So I've only seen a single shrew. I've put out traps. But I have not seen it since I saw it technically the first time. But I was sitting here at my desk. I had taken a shower. I took a shower. And then I got to my desk. And when my hair is drying, I just have it on the other side. It just like hangs there. And I saw something move in the corner of my eye, and I was like, was that my hair? And I looked down and I saw it, and it scurried into the corner. Emmers, welcome in, and thank you so much for the 67 months. And Yimit, hello. Is it both of you for real, or is it Yimit? But thank you so much for 67 months. That's wild. I imagine it's both of you. It is Friday. And a lot is happening on both. You know, it'd be multiple phones. I don't know. Maybe you can handle it. I don't know. But yeah, so the shrew ran by my desk into the corner. It was trying to get on top of my bed. So your suffering brings me no joy, but I can't help but feel like this seasonal saga is kind of like Fat Bear Week. Well, you know, you mentioned this, Jonzo, you said, is it that season again? And I was thinking, was it not the last time it was around my stream anniversary, which my stream anniversary is approaching. So is it, maybe it is somewhat seasonal, like maybe it but that was years ago. I haven't seen the shrew in years. But so I know it's like not literally seasonal, but I'm like, it is odd that I think it was around, because we were like celebrating something or about to celebrate something, and I remember it like ran into my room while I was streaming. But I just wanted to, it cannot sleep here. It disrupted my life for so long. I could not sleep. I was sleeping on the couch. I will likely sleep on the couch tonight. Until I can verify it is gone or dead. Then I will be able to sleep okay. But I have set traps. I'm sorry for people who don't like that, but I can't have it ruin my life again. Because last time it was literally, because I don't think I ever told you guys this, but I slept on the couch when I like saw them last time. I stayed sleeping on my couch because I think there was no clear, they just kind of left, or maybe that was the first one. The first one, it just kind of left. I slept on my couch for literally like 3 to 4 months after that point, because I didn't know where it was. I didn't want to be, I didn't want to be in my room because it might happen. I am wearing my winter boots right now, the ones that go half shin, because what if it comes, it runs by my feet or whatever. So, and that'll be me until I can verify it's gone or it's dead. I will be wearing my winter boots all throughout my apartment. It disrupts everything. So I have to have it gone. So I have set up multiple traps, but I have a set of traps that are all in a row in front of my door that leads to my room. So in the case it comes in, it will get trapped for sure. Or it's a ninja, in which case I'll have to escalate. Can't have the shrew touching the... No. Also, remember, shrews are venomous. And they will bite humans, and it will hurt. We would have to tuck our pant legs into our shoes because a mouse would run up our leg. Oh. That's awful. Yeah, mine are, but I also have... I bought this last time for the shrew, just so I don't... well, not for the shrew, but for picking up things off the ground. Because I don't want to, like, be reaching down and there's the shrew. So I have one of these. I've kept this around. Yeah. So I'm on... I come back and just see you with the grabber. Yeah, so I am back to it's shrew season. For the shrew, no, the shrew definitely is not going to use it, and it's not like I'm not going to try to grab the shrew with this or something. This is just so like I need a pill. This is to help with like any sort of pickup situation. If I have to pick up my shoes, I will use this first. Tap it around. It's also good for like, if I like am going to like, cause later I'm gonna have to get my pillows off of my bed. I'm going to like beat the pillows with this
Lime
thing.
009 just resubscribed for 70 months. Get the shrew.
Thank you so much, GG. Also, Sassy, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you so much for the 70 months, Gigi. I appreciate it. Aren't they insectivores? Do you have some kind? Do you have mealworms or something? No. I have. I feel like I have. From the last time the shrews were here, a friend of mine gifted me some Ritz crackers that have like the peanut butter stuff. And they've just stayed in my cupboard since then. And so I scraped off some of the peanut butter from there and I put it on some of the traps. But there's only one trap that has that. The other traps are just very large and they are blocking the entrance to my room. And this is a new shrew, but the previous shrews loved to be in my room, and this shrew I only saw because it popped into my room. So it has been in here before, and so I feel like I need to, like, just in case it's, you know, just in case it comes in, like, those traps don't need food. But I have one trap that does. But yes. Because I was out of traps. As soon as I saw it, I put in a grocery delivery order for traps and a couple of groceries, because I was like, it'll be weird if I'm just ordering that, I think. So, but anyway, so I was gonna start streaming earlier. I pretty much just sat here watching Lurkette stream and just trying to wait for the shrew. I was hoping the shrew would come back. So, Nick! I'll get Nick, I need you. Also, Emers, I feel like that emote really is me, actually, with this thing. Nick, you guys are out to your plans? Are you about to be out to your plans? If you don't catch it soon, get some mealworms from a pet store and put it in the big trap. It's too difficult to do that currently. As soon as I saw you stream, well, I was making coffee while you were raiding out. Had I finished my coffee, like making it, I would have probably been like, well, I'm about to start if you want, but nah, I don't. I also don't want to be that guy. I almost raided you offline as a troll. It sounds like you're both troll degens then. By the way, Lurkette has started streaming again, everybody. And I'm working on Nick. Yeah. So, one, go drop Lurkette a follow if you don't follow her. I think most of you do. But if you don't, you should. She was playing Subnautica. But we ended, also, I don't know if, Nick, if you saw my response to you, but you said, oh, it sounds like we should get on a call and talk about new stuff that's happened on Twitch. And yes, we should. For sure. We should talk about all the new stuff. The Twitch badge thing is new though. Yeah, she streamed yesterday and today. That looks like a good shrew mouse tool. I bought this the first time I had a shrew. And I've kept it around. But this is not for like shrew grabbing. This is for grabbing things while the shrew is about. Because I don't want to like pick up things and then the shrew be like right there. that it makes me want to die thinking about it. So yeah, I don't know. And I know you guys are probably like, oh, but it's just a little mousy thing. It just caused so much disruption into my life. The 2 times that I've had true problems that I'm like, I cannot have this anymore. So that's why I've bought traps. The traps are out. I can't imagine this feeling. I'm freaking out. Yeah, there's like it makes me want to cry. Like that is where we're at right now. Are you sitting crisscross with feet in the chair? What if scary? So I don't know if I can do this. I'm wearing winter boots right now. I am wearing winter boots, fur-lined winter boots. Well, they're not. It's not fur. It's like cotton, but it's because yes. But the entire time I was watching you actually, Lurkette, I was wearing the boots, but I was like, because they're really heavy, so I can't quite sit crisscross in this chair. I was sitting though like almost side saddle. I was side saddling my office chair. I'd be pulling my hair out. Yeah. So I was saying it was in my room. It ran past my desk. I hated it. I made eyes with it. I then went to go put on my shoes. Defense is a good offense. So I went to go put on my boots immediately. And then I came back and I did not see it, but then I did see it and it was trying to get into my bed. So then it's kind of a blur now. What happened? Oh, I then lost sight of it. And, I, had this guy and I started poking my bed and it appeared from like behind it. And it scurried out of the room. And I think I saw like it made a dash for underneath one of my couches. But from there, I don't know where it went. So that is why I am currently living under the assumption that it is outside of this room. Here's the thing. It could also be in this room. I cannot verify that because I had to leave once the grocery person delivered the stuff. I had to leave to go get it and then place the traps and stuff. So I cannot verify its location, and that's why everything is terrible. That is why I will likely be sleeping on the couch until I can confirm its non-existence, or it's exfiltrated from my life. They have a bite that can cause paralysis. Yes, I mean, I think it's like for a human, it would not paralyze me, but it does hurt quite a bit. But they do bite their prey and it paralyzes them. They're not just like it's not just like, you know, these cute little guys that just want to do nothing. Also, hantavirus. I don't know if shrews can carry the hantavirus, but like, do I want to test that? I don't think so. I don't want their little poopies about. But it is for real. Yes, they are venomous. 100%. They are one of the few venomous mammals. Their saliva is venomous. Platypus and Sloloris is one. Schrodinger is it? Schrodinger shrew. Wow, it's tough to say. Yeah. So that is why everything is terrible, and I must have this taken care of. So again, you know, I know a lot of you are probably very sad that I have traps about, but I can't have this go on for months again, where my life is just, you know, where my life is just like, I can't sleep because they are also nocturnal. And that's the thing, is maybe it like found a dark place under a couch and is sleeping. But once, I mean, we're approaching night, maybe it's going to be more active. And that has been the case in the past with the shrews. And that's why I couldn't sleep, is because I would be like out on the couch and I could hear it knocking into things, or like I hate it. It gives me chills. I think also part of it is like, I am a very, my home is a very like, it's my safe space. Are they big? They are a little bit larger than a mouse. They're like a big mouse. They're not like rats, but they are like, you know. They're still pretty cute. No, they have ugly little noses that are shrew little ugly faces. The venom would probably only cause problems to you if you were allergic to it, like hognose snakes. They are rear fang venomous, but the venom really only causes problem to people if they're allergic to it. So I believe that is probably true. I have, like, in a major health sense, I think supposedly their bites do hurt quite a bit, and even a human. But so that's why I don't want to get bit at all. I don't get bit at all. I can't imagine sleeping. Yeah, you see, that's the thing, Lurkette, is I don't. And that is why I am taking measures to put an end to it. And if you have to convince yourself, chat, that I'm sending it to a farm upstate, that's fine. I'm fine with that. I can't have this happen again. I was like, when I saw it, my heart sank, and I was just like, oh no, like, why? Like, why are you here? Go away. I don't want you here. They are kind of mole mice, like tiny hedgehog cousins. Yeah. You win these? We win those. That was such a great sound clip. Easy 1v1. Last time it was a 2v1, and I didn't realize it until later. Sounds like you get a pet cat or snake to help you. That's also, I was like, if anyone gives me trouble for it, I'm gonna be like, you all have killers in your home that would dispense of this for you. Me though, it's just me. But yeah, I don't know anyone with a cat or anything, sadly. Yeah, living on a farm, we have mice problems. They dug holes in our walls and built burrows. The lucky thing about a shrew, I've learned, because I've become an expert in the shrew, is shrews are solitary. Like, they are very territorial, and they are not like mice or rats where they live in packs. They actually, only when they are together, it is because they are going to start mating. And that is why last time I was like, oh no, because I ended up seeing 2 of them. But I've only seen one. I've only seen one thus far. So I hate it. I hate everything. I don't like it. Such a knower of shrews and cred. If they're like mice, it probably is at least. We see, that's the thing. They're not. Absolute shrewfessor. You see, this is, I miss Lurkette and Nick. They're just so funny. Yeah, well, that's what I was just saying. Because Jonzo said something like, as a joke, oh, it's that season again. But wasn't it, one of the last times, wasn't it around my streamiversary, which my streamiversary is coming up? What you're trying to say is they like puns. No! So by the way, if you keep seeing me look off, it's because I am paranoid. If I look paranoid, it's because I am. I'm very paranoid right now. Oh, that's right. Nick hates puns. Nick, puns are in now. It's part of the Twitch meta. I don't. It's cap. You see, Lurkat, you can't call yourself Unk. You're so not Unk. You're dropping cap in the chat. We were talking about 6-7 earlier or yesterday, and Nick had such a fantastic idea. Let's get shrew sounds as your new alert. People say that. People joked last time that the shrew was an unofficial mascot, and I was like, no, it is. We are not like humanizing the shrew. We are not giving it any kind of character. They are ruining my life. I will not acknowledge it as a positive thing at all. There is a shrew instance in the stream as an Easter egg, which is the end jet has end jet. That sounds like I said like engine almost. The end jet redeem has a chance to spawn a shrew that takes my place. That's the one that's like the Naruto substitution. And like a random thing takes my place. You enjoyed killing the shrews a little too much in Mouse PI. I say, well, that's why we played a game called Mouse PI and there were shrews. Well, I didn't kill any because they were like technically, they were like the disenfranchised in the story. And I was like, I hate them. I feel no sympathy or empathy for these shrews. Shrews are primarily eaten by birds of prey like owls and hawks, snakes, and weasels. I need an owl. That'd be amazing. A weasel mascot. That would be great. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, but I was like, just because most people here know Nick. I was like, because this is true, and Nick, you get to hear this. There's so many times where like something we will hit. Do I keep hearing Timo poison, or am I experiencing psychosis? You are hearing the Timo poison. It's because you're hearing his cue. It's because occasionally you'll see people say yoink in chat. That is because there is a little hunt game on my stream where you will sometimes see a little me floating around, or up to 3. And you get points when you exclamation point yoink when they're on the screen. And there's like a leaderboard and stuff. But there is I use the Timo cue as like a little quiet sound for that. No, I thought the shrews were the ones that were like, were they also bad? I thought the shrews were the ones that were being like
jetpack to the moon and back.
To much
like
2
traffic.
Bear gifted Mr. Sputnik a subscription. To much 2 Bear gifted a tier 1
and Bear,
sub
thanks
to
so much
Mr.
for gifting
Sputnik.
us up to Nick.
They have
I'm
given
so
88
back.
gift
You
subs
see
in the
there.
channel.
Okay, so here's one. Like there's one screen, and when someone yoinks, it says yoinked one flying jet. And then there's also occasionally you'll see me on a kangaroo. And instead of doing yoink, on the top corner of the screen, it'll say type and then a phrase. You have to, whoever types that phrase first gets 5 points. Bro, Zemos, GG. Thank you so much, Bear, for gifting a sub to Nick. Oh, but you guys, so anyway, Nick gets to hear this.
Jetpack
And
to the moon and
Lurket.
back.
Unbelievable.
To much 2 Bear
Everyone's
gifted
getting the
Lurk at
emotes,
26 a
GG.
subscription. To much 2 Bear gifted a tier 1 sub to Lurk at 26.
We
They
were
have given
talking
88
yesterday
gift
in
subs in the channel.
Lurket's stream, and I was like, there have been like pockets of time in Twitch where I've been like, I wonder what Nick would have done, like in this in this like era of Twitch, or like whether it's like a meta or whether it's a certain jokes that are like going around. So so I was like, yeah, like I was like, I know he would have something on his stream for 6-7, and in like less than a minute, Nick came up with a hilarious idea that I could imagine your stream doing this, where he was like,
lights the fuse.
he joked
The hype
that
train roars to life.
what if the entire like stream
Choo-choo.
split in half and moved
Audible.
up and down? I was like, that would be, I could totally see that. You would have that, and it'd be amazing. People would love that. And also, thank you for the hype train. And also, Larquette and Nick, this is a thing. This is a new thing. A hype train can start randomly with an increase in chatters. So like, if there's a lot of people chatting at one time, then I guess you typically do. Sometimes a hype train will just start. So like, we only had 2 gifted subs there. And so because they're like, well, Nick and Larquette are here, what if we just started a hype train? So a hype train will just start. It'll just do it. I wish there was like a little bit more of like a announcement or something, or like explaining why it happens, because sometimes it just feels like, oh, what is something not loaded through?
Our
Or-
hype train soars higher.
Oh yeah, I need to fix that.
GG Lime009 cheered X100.
Thanks so much for the 100 bits, GG. Appreciate it. But anyway, no, but interesting. It used to be a 3 action minimum. Yeah, so well, you can now have it. You can set it to 2. First off, we have it set to 3, but it now can just like in the hype train settings, you can turn this on and off, where it will it can start based on increased interaction or activity or something. There is also okay, wait, we'll get to that in a second. I just want to say there is also community trains that can happen, where it's like, if a hype train starts, a community train can start. I have now turned this off because it's one of those that's like, what it does, the community train is if someone gifts 5 gifted subs, it's discounted. It's like half off or something, or whatever it is. But community trains are set up to where the discount is coming from the streamer. So the streamer's not getting very much out of it. And I hate that. I try not to do anything sub-related, since we're trying to, Australia around too. Anyway, that's anything. But wait, Larquette has played a lot of a detective game recently, Disco Elysium. Larquette, I love Disco Elysium. The narrator you might have been around for this. Maybe. I actually don't know what year that was. What is time? The narrator.
Catch you
hold on.
the flippy flip.
That is the narrator from Disco Elysium. I hired him. I hired him to do my alerts. I contacted him. I emailed him and was like, hey, I loved Disco Elysium, and it would not have been the same game without like your voice. Would you be willing to, like, if I like wrote some lines for you for my Twitch stream, would you do some alerts? So yeah, there's little when people follow or gift a sub or whatever, it's him reading out like a line that I did. I can't remember if that might have been around, because I've had 2 rounds of that, so that might have been the first round. Might have been, I don't know. Sounds like Wait, this is interesting. Sounds like Australia went well. What a shocker. What a surprise. How stupefying. Yes, and I guess I don't know. Yes, Australia was probably one of the most amazing times of my life. Loved it. I want to go back. But yes, there are also some things that were like,
as the hype train nears,
more mid. We won't get into that
friends.
here. When we have our Twitch chat, I can talk to you about that. But Twitch school, no. You see, this is all I'm doing. The only reason why I've still been streaming all this time is because I knew you guys would return. And so I've just been preserving, like, the knowledge. I've been, like, I'm one of those, like, I'm one of those people in, like, movies where it's like, oh, I've been waiting for the hero to return. I'm the lamp lady from Alan Wake. I'm like, I've been preserving this for you. So I've just been waiting for you guys to return so that I can give you all of the knowledge, and then I can go diminish in the West. Monk on the mountaintop vibe. Exactly. That's just waiting for you all to return. Return of the King. But I have dubbed this the lurk Nicasance. It's happening. It's happening, everybody, and you all will be a part of it. Or so help me. When I know Nick is streaming, instant raid. Diminish into the West. Yes, much like Galadriel, I will diminish into the West. Once Nick starts streaming, I can be like, I can rest, and then that'll be my last stream. Wait, diminish? I stop streaming and you keep streaming forever? This isn't. But no. You see, like, it's the character, that archetype that I'm fulfilling knows that you wouldn't be gone forever. You know? They'd be like, I knew one day you would return. You know, it's that character. I can't think of any besides the lamp lady from Alan Wake, but that's an archetype in so many things, and I just can't think of any other examples. But yes, I will impart all of the knowledge bits that I have saved for you all. If I need to put together a slides presentation, let me know. I will. I can, you know, you tell me how best you receive information. And I will, wait, I'd love that. Okay. I'll start working on a slides presentation of, when was the last time, hold on. Let's see, when was the last time you streamed? Because then I can figure out, like, well, what all has changed. Slides night. Hold on. When I go to Sputnik, Mr. Sputnik's schedule, it says the next stream is Monday at 11 a.m. my time. Everyone write that down. 2024. That sounds about right. Or like, right? Wait, when did you stream that one? When did Nick stream that game that you're in the, like, not a tower, but you're in like you were like cleaning up a place and there was like little puzzles. You had to like travel to these different buildings. It was both scary, sort of, but not. That wasn't last year. Like early last year, or was that late 2024 or something? That's good. I can't wait for his next stream. You see, we're all waiting. We're all waiting. It does feel, well, and then, okay, I will say this. It, to me, is feeling very early Twitch days because, you know, the Lurk Nicaissance is upon us, but also because the shrew came back, or new shrew, but this is feeling very early days. If Nintendo announces Animal Crossing tomorrow or something, then I don't know what's happening. Time is repeating. I mean, and we have the hantavirus. I mean, apparently it's not as big of a deal as like COVID, but you know. What's going to happen, everybody? Is time repeating? Is time just a loop? Is time circular? Because I think so. Anyway, but I'm very excited for this era of what's happening. But yeah, I'll put together a little slideshow. I don't know if you guys had even heard about like Stream Elements potentially closing. That was new this week. Stream Elements almost shut down, but they have officially said they're not shutting down. So that's good. Everything is AO good for them right now. Yeah, so apparently Stream Elements, what do we use? Well, you can still use Stream Elements now. They just, apparently people were reporting that like they had not been paid for their sponsorships, which had been sort of a thing that's happened before. That's not new to Stream Elements, but there was like more people than usual were saying that they hadn't been paid yet. And then Stream Elements had laid off a bunch of people like in the past month, and then they had not like put out any kind of notice, but then a bunch of employees have resigned in the past week, and so there was like this rumor swirling about what's going to happen with Stream Elements, but they first put out a message that was like, we are currently looking into either being acquired by somebody or like we're in talks with people for that sort of deal. But then 2 days ago, they put out a message saying officially they have reached a partnership with somebody, and they have not announced who, but and they said they have acquired funding, so like people who did not get paid for their sponsorships will get paid, blah blah blah. They didn't say anything about the people who got laid off suspiciously, or the people who like resigned, but they have reached a partnership, and the CEO of Stream Elements has said that they've been like looking at what people are saying, and so far nobody has guessed who the partnership is with. A lot of people were guessing Kick, which would have been, I think, very funny. But it's not Kick, nor is it Twitch, I guess. I think Twitch should have acquired Stream Elements. They should have gone for it. Because like they have built in, you can make your own alerts thing in Twitch now and use like their Twitch overlay. It's not as advanced as Stream Elements, but I think they should have jumped on it. They should have been like, we acquire Stream Elements and we make it Twitch's thing. Can't use it anywhere else. It's Twitch's thing now. Sassy, have a good night. Apologies for the very, very, very late stream, but dealing with Shrew and also enjoying Lurkette's stream. So, you know, things happen. And as we said, as we were talking about in Lurkette's stream, I'm bad at schedule. I don't have schedule. So We are just unprofessional. I know Nick is upset. I know Nick is upset. I know he's mad at me right now. He's mad. He's malding, as maybe some kids maybe say. How does anyone have a schedule? Honestly, too hard. It is difficult. And when you're as a degenerate as I am, it's harder to keep a schedule. It's even more difficult to keep a schedule. So like, at least you hit me with the T-minus 45 minutes Discord post. I do try to do that as much as I can. Sometimes it's not even accurate. Like sometimes it's like in an hour we'll start and it's like an hour and 20 minutes or something. But like it gets people at least like they know something's happening. I probably haven't fallen asleep again. So I try. Yes, I live by ish time. It's just, you know, I'm so go with the flow. People always say that about me. I definitely don't overthink, and I'm so go with the flow that I, you know. I said live at 12:01 and went live at 3. You're in good company. Yeah, you see, there's dozens of us. Sure, bud. I just, you know, just trying my best. I'm just trying my little best. Ish can be anywhere from that time to up to 3 hours later. I mean, yes, this is true. But at least you guys know. But I try to also then be like, there's the announcement post like, hey, it's more of like I intend to stream at this time. But then when I'm making coffee, I try to put a GIF in the Discord that you guys know that I'm making coffee. And when I'm making coffee, then you know it's like, okay, we're approaching that 15-minute. It takes me about 15 minutes to make my coffee. If I'm like at normal functioning speed. Some days I'm just slow, you know? I'm Unk now, so I am slow and withered. Sometimes there's a shrew about and my life is disrupted, and so you start late. When there's a shrew, you start late. But today I was talking to them about friend slop games, which Nick, I think he knows things, everybody. I've said that always. 'Cause I said, I think if I could imagine alternate AU, you know, the AU verse. I could imagine there was an AU where Nick was streaming during like, I mean, we're still in the friend slop era, but like when friend slop was like, there's a new friend slop game every week. It felt like there's an AU where Nick is like only doing friend slop games, streaming. He's doing the meta. He's crushing it, etc. And so I mentioned friend slop games because I was like, tell me about what are your thoughts on friend slop? He told me his thoughts. Then I asked him to define it, and I think his definition, bro, he was pretty much already there. He just wasn't streaming it. That's all he plays to be. You see, I knew it. One, I think it's also because Nick has a great personality for friend slop games because he's entertaining. That is, I think, and okay, so I asked Nick to define it, and one of the first things he said, which I think is true, is that to be a friend slop game, the game is not really fun on its own. Slop troll. It's not fun on its own. And I feel like that is very true. Most friend slop games, what I've said, because like to me, it's like, what's the difference between like a multiplayer game or a co-op game versus friend slop? I think friend slop is where the gameplay mechanics themselves, like it might be an interesting like idea or theme or something, but like those alone are probably so bare bones that if you were playing it by yourself, it's probably not very fun. I've seen some people have fun playing Peek by themselves, but, and Nick brought up a good point, when you play by yourself, play Peek by yourself, like half of the items you can't really use alone, which that is a very good point. That is a point towards it being a friend slop, because I've sort of like hesitated on calling it. I've always been like, it's like friend slop adjacent, because it's, you could, people apparently play it by themselves. I don't think I would, but like people seem to have fun. But that is a good point. That is like, it's definitely made for like you're playing with other people. But I think the fun of a friend slop game is the fact that you're playing with fun people, and not that the game itself is like fun on its own. And he basically said something very similar. And I think that is that it he knows things. Nick knows things, everybody. But Nick has like a perfect personality for making friend slop games fun. I don't know if friend slop is like, that's not my niche. I don't think that's not where I would excel at mostly. Is the chaos and interactions in the group that make it fun? Yes. It's definitely like friend group centric. It's definitely like, it's the friends you're playing with that's making it fun. Then like, oh, this is like mechanically a fun game, or like the gameplay loop is very fun. It's more like Among Us. I mean, I would definitely say Among Us is, I mean, you can't play it alone. Is Among Us friend slop? That is a good question. It kind of falls under some of the criteria that Nick was saying. He's boisterous and chaotic, so it keeps an otherwise boring game spicy. And Nick says yes. I was just thinking, one of the other things that Nick said, and I feel like this is probably true of most slop games, is that the playable characters are very simple and probably have like customizable, like easy customizable features, hats, whatever, which, I mean, Among Us fits that. But Nick is always laughing. He's always having fun. He's always like, Nick is so entertaining. If you guys haven't watched Nick's stream, it's probably, I was actually thinking about this today. I think Nick is the most hype streamer that I've ever consistently watched. Because I typically like, I typically watch more like cozier, chill vibes. Nick is fairly energetic and hype. And I think Nick, you're the only like real hype streamer that I watch, but it's because you're so entertaining. You have so many fun stream things. I feel like here's the one. Okay, there's only one negative to Nick streaming again, which is that I will probably then have to like improve my stream. That is the only negative of Nick streaming again, because he's always like, he's such big brain and is so creative and has like amazing ideas and does so many like he thought of the 6-7 thing in 30 seconds and could probably implement that in about as much time if his OBS was like still populated. But his head is getting too big for this car. Help. No. But so I that's the only downside, is I was like, I'm going to be watching Nick's streams. He's going to have like so many cool things. I'm going to have to be like, I'm going to have to like make something. I'm going to have to do something to keep up with him. Yes, but also I despise that game more than any other friend slop game. It's never even fun to watch. I'm not a big Among Us fan. I've said that before, and that's because I think when I was like playing with people, I like played once. Well, they had started playing like a couple days before me, which already gave them a leg up. I didn't really know what was happening. No one explained anything to me. And then like I played with them once and I was like, oh, that was pretty fun. I don't know if I like my friends lying to me, but that's pretty fun. And then like a week later, I played with them again. They had since been playing every day, every night. From that point. And when I joined them that second time, I like went to go to a machine and, you know, do the little mini game thing. And then they'd like go push the button. They'd be like, it's Jet. And I was like, what? And they're like, that task takes 14 seconds to do. I watched you. You took like 20 seconds. So that means that you're obviously faking it. Yeah, you were the, and I was like, no, I am a new player. They had completely like min-maxed the game in just such a short amount of time. They like figured out the meta that it just became entirely unfun. And so now I just like, I hate Among Us now. I see it and I'm like, I hate you. Also I hate my friends lying to me. Don't lie to me. Just have him make it for you. It's what I do. No, I can't do that. He has to make his own stuff. We got to get the Nicasants up and going. It's the people that make it fun for me. Oh no, it is Friend Slop. It is Friend Slop. You see, I get anxious enough playing Secret Hitler. I can't do Among Us. I don't mind an old fashioned. Maybe it's the unk in me, but I don't mind some Mafia. I mean, Mafia is Among Us. But vintage. It's the same thing. Yeah. It's all. Yeah, Secret Hitler is also very. Yeah, exactly. It's just old school. Though I always liked in Mafia. I don't know if you guys played this way, where there was like a narrator. I liked being the narrator. And I wonder why I became the forever DM. Mafia is just D&D, but it's only combat. There's no character sheets. Look, you have classes, you have Mafia or townspeople, or sometimes you even have additional ones. You have the expanded Mafia where you have like the doctor or the, you know, whatever. And then those are like the bonus classes. And then but then like I because I always loved being the person who's like, all right, heads down, everybody. Okay, heads up. And then I'd be like, oh no, so this person was like walking down the street and, you know, some bad happened. The Mafia got him. No. That part's just very fun. Did you find new internet slang? Unk? No, I've known about Unk, but we were talking about Unk earlier. So I've just been saying that. They got I feel like Nick would probably have also done something in the heyday of like blank maxing or blank mogging. I feel like he would be saying that all the time. I could imagine it. I'm imagining it right now on stream. He'd be like, I don't know what he would say, but he would say something like that. He'd be using that a lot in probably very funny ways. He'd be saying like, he still does. Does he? Constantly? I think it's very funny. Most people here got upset with me. that I was using it non-ironically. I think maxing is funny. I think that's the one. Mogging, I don't know why I feel weird saying it, but mogging is like because it's a weirder word, I guess. I like maxing. Something maxing, I think is funny. What's that one meme that's like rage baiting? Or instead of rage baiting and something, you should try friend maxing and smile baiting or something like that. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Friend maxing. Oh, wait. There we go. Here. I see. I bet Nick is like, I know what he's talking about. He knows. Wow, that's smallest JPEG. Hey man, maybe instead of rage baiting, you can spend your time friend maxing and smile baiting. It's a cool new trend where you make people smile and feel good instead of hurting them for literally no reason. I think that's so funny. So I like blank maxing. I think that's very funny. Become a public school teacher where you have to listen to it all day and then you tell me how funny you think it is when you finally get to be around adults. Look. Who said we're adults? Just because I'm unk doesn't mean I'm not still a child. I'm sure, or something. But no, if you guys have never been to a Nick stream, let me tell you about it. Nick streams are a wonderful place. It's also a fantastical place. It's kind of like going to like Disneyland or like a theme park or something. There's always something happening. It's very exciting. There's like stuff on the screen. People are they're like, there's hype about. It's just wonderful. But there's so much to see and experience while you're there. You're like, whoa, what is happening? And then you're like, can life just be this way? And so then you go back home and you're like, oh, there's nothing like that here. I guess I mean, maybe I can put some balloons out or something. Is that sort of the same thing? And that's what my stream is like. And that's how we're here. This is Nick's stream is like Six Flags or like a theme park, like an established theme park. Mine is like the one that's in the mall parking lot that's been there for too long, you know? In that case, I'll watch his next stream. Yeah. We're all gonna be there. It'll be a situation like Lurkette's where one, Nick will give us a heads up because he will do that. But if it were to be a surprise, if it's shadow dropped, like Lurkette's was, and I see a notification that a Nick stream has started, it's going to be one of those things where we save game, we raid out. We're there. We're all there immediately. So you guys will just have to be ready. But he won't do that. He's not going to shadow drop a stream for us. He will at the very least give me a heads up that something is happening. So that way I know, I can prepare. I can be ready. I'll even like time my stream accordingly. So in that case, when is his name? I don't know. I haven't been told yet. He apparently, I will say this is very sad, everybody. Apparently, his like OBS scenes and all of that stuff is gone. So he'll have to like rebuild things from scratch. We're all sad about this. We're all very, very sad. I was even thinking today, because I was like, that 6-7 thing, so funny. And also, again, amazing that he was able to think of that so fast. I like sit here and I think about, I've actually taken away more things on our stream than I've added. In fact. So I'm like the opposite of Nick, really. But I was like, oh, I could even imagine like he'd probably have some sound play while it did the like the screen split thing. I'm imagining it would probably be like I don't even know what you call that sound. I remember he had a redeem that was like his dab, and it's like a very hype intense stab where it plays this sound and like his camera shakes and stuff. And the sound that would play would be like, hold on, I can hear it in my head. It would be like it's like a whooping sound, a repetitive whooping sound, and then it's like brrr. I can imagine it being like the bassy brrr sound, and anytime like the screen did the 6-7 thing. Anyway, I did drop some frames. Yes, the internet has not been doing as well since they stopped monitoring it. I've been having some internet issues, Nick and Lurket, real bad. But we're actually, I mean, we're still doing better than we were before. But I have noticed it's a bit. We have dropped a couple of frames. It's so clean here, though. I bet it looks so organized and nice in your OBS files. Unfortunately, I can tell you no. I just have random things that have been here for way too long. Why do I have these things? Oh, that's new. But I don't delete things. I need to delete things. I just deleted them. No, it said, what was it? Loy or something. I forget. Also, oh, by the way, Nick and Lurket, have you guys watched The Amazing Digital Circus? That was like 3 things. No. There's much more, I'm sure. Over here, we have the Olaf video. It's so good. Hold on. I love that so much. I just have that in here. The Control Resonant trailer. I can delete that. You have? I've kept the Olaf one because it does make me laugh. I've been trying to get people to watch The Amazing Digital Circus. I convinced 3 people, and they've all loved it. And so I'm very glad. And the reason why I said that is because I just have the first episode queued up. Just queued up in the case. In case I have to say, all right, everyone, it's time to watch it. It's so good. And the last episode is coming up. You see, they know, but do they appreciate it? No. I cackle when I see that Olaf video. It's so funny. I have the whole first episode. We've never sat and watched the whole first episode, but I do have the whole first episode just in my OBS, just in case. You never know when chat dies and I have to come up with something to talk about. So I'll just be like, I guess they're watching The Amazing Digital Circus now, and then I'm going to do react content. I'm reacting now. I've also learned that I'm terrible at reacting to things, but I need to get better at having reactions. That is a bit nuts. That's unbelievable. I mean, fair also, but yeah, so my OBS is not very clean. I have so many nested scenes and stuff. I don't know. I'm still using Sammy, which Nick introduced to me, and I'm still using it. I'm still using Sammy. I think he moved to StreamerBot, but I'm still in my Sammy phase. Well, it was Leorin board when I think he showed me, and now it's Sammy, but my plush of Gummy Goo is so huggable. I love him. Oh, Gummy Goo. We love that. He said that checks. But part of it is, well, StreamerBot doesn't well, none of those have like native Mac apps. However, Sammy, I have been able to finagle because you guys, I probably need a reminder. I stream off my Mac. But we must eat now, but I'll check back in and hopefully you'll be here for a ride home. I hope you guys have a wonderful time. Thank you guys for popping in. So wonderful to have you all here. But friends, make sure you go follow Lurket. Go follow Nick. Make sure you're there for his streams. Their streams. It's the Lurk Nickessance, everybody. We're here. It's happening. We will need to run ads soon, and then we can get into the game. But before we do, is there anything else going on, friends? I know I've just been yapping away because we had royal guests to attend to, and I needed to, you know, address them as you know, as our welcomed, esteemed guests. So now, what have you been up to? I'm trying to find a headband for you because you look different in Tomodachi. Yeah, I thought I said not to put me on the island, Bear. This is... I thought... What happened? This is unbelievable. This is absolutely unbelievable. I didn't expect you to say no. Then why ask? Oh, Johnzo, you're not still lurking about, are you? Because there was something I was going to tell you if so. But if not, you don't have to come out of a lurk. But I had something to tell Johnzo. I feel like there was another thing I was going to tell you guys. Something about a game? There was something. I was actually supposed to tell you guys like 2 streams ago, but I didn't remember. And then I saw it again. I was like, oh, right. I was supposed to tell them that. And then, is it Twitch related? Did Twitch add something else? I don't know. There is another badge coming up soon. I don't think this franchise has as big of a following, so I don't think you guys are going to be as interested. But there is a Bubsy 4D badge upcoming. Are there any Bubsy fans in chat? You love Bubsy? Oh, well then, there we go. That doesn't start yet. It's not active yet, but oh, wait. No, it's active. Do you want a Bubsy 4D badge? Would you like a Bubsy badge? I don't know what that is. Bubsy is a really old series. It started on the Sega Genesis? Question mark? Or should I do that before I give the 2 subs? I'm sorry. I didn't. I completely forgot to tell you. I got so sidetracked. So do you want it? Oh wait. Okay. We'll do that. Well, I'll tell me when you want it. And then I will switch categories. That's how we'll do that. We'll make that work. There was something else. I'm looking on Reddit. I was like, oh, I really need to tell them. Wait, hold on. Is it Nintendo related? Hold on. Is it Nintendo related? I'm looking. Maybe not. Pokemon? No. Apparently shouldn't be a surprise. There is a rumor that mid-June is going to be a Nintendo Direct. There's usually a Nintendo Direct in June, so that's not like, that shouldn't be too surprising. I feel like it was maybe, oh, I know what it is. It's actually not Nintendo related. It's actually very opposite. The rumor's June 3rd from what I heard. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, that's very soon. Xbox is doing their Xbox showcase thing. PlayStation announced they're doing their state of play. Is that what it's called? PlayStation. June 2nd is the PlayStation State of Play. Wolverine is going to be there like the game. There's going to be game trailer or something for Wolverine, as well as Control is going to be there. Release date? Control 2, hopefully. But interestingly, they said the State of Play is going to be about an hour or more. And at some Alamo draft houses across the country, you'll be able to go watch it in theaters, which is interesting. That feels like they better look like showing something good. Well, like, I'm part of me is like, are they expecting to drop something like amazing? Because like, it feels weird that they're like, also this is, you'll be able to watch it in theaters. It seems very like, I mean, it's not, Alamo Draft House isn't a large chain, but it is like a multi-state chain anyways. So they should have Hugh Jackman dressed as Wolverine announced the game. That would be funny. It would be great if they had like a Hugh Jackman costume or something. They've done that before, like other events like that. Oh, Have there been big announcements at those events? It seems like I don't know. I don't know. Seems like a big deal to do that. Standard announcements, I don't really know what's big. Yeah, I guess that's fair. I mean, you know, we know of Wolverine. We've seen gameplay of Wolverine. We've seen gameplay of Control Resonance, so those aren't crazy. I mean, unless they're, I don't know. Maybe they're announcing that PlayStation fighting game. They're bringing it back. I don't know. I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to think of what could possibly be like a big announcement. But if they show nothing but obscure Japanese RPGs and third-party games, I will be upset. I need more PlayStation exclusives yesterday. Well, I believe that will probably be the case. Something was leaked recently. Or maybe it's in the blog announcing State of Play, but Sony either like is Sony starting to use their old logo that's it's not a logo. I'm forgetting what you would call it, but it's like where it says like exclusively on PlayStation. They're using that branding thing. They're bringing it back because they have taken that away for the past few games that have been like, well, it's going to be PlayStation and PC. But they're bringing it back. So I imagine there's going to be a lot of PlayStation exclusives probably at the State of Play. I'd imagine if it's already being like leaked out or like starting to be seen at places. But all right, let's go ahead we're gonna run ads, and then we'll come back and play some Schrodinger's cat burglar. So, stand up, stretch, grab a snack, grab a drink, etc. We'll be RB.
This is your time, Jetpack Gang. Stand up, move around, grab a snack, hydrate. The stream will resume in just a few minutes. Jet, a whisper lost in the wind.
Did
Mike is
unbelievable. Hold on, I can't move. I promise I hit the button. I can't move. Why? Why is it detecting some of this? Well, last save 10 minutes ago? So I don't know. Hold on. Wait, well, hold on. It's noticing. Also, how did I zoom in? Flush controllers. No? Wait. Camera zoom. What's it? Oh. It's odd. Wait a minute. Oh. Hold. What is happening? It's... Wait. Disconnected. What's happening? Camera control. It's down on the directional pad. Camera zoom L2. Anything? It's like it's detecting if you find your controllers unresponsive or the wrong way around in cooperative mode. Well, okay. Maybe I need to go to desktop. Hold on. Oh, there could also be an update for the game. I should probably check that anyway. It looks like there was. What are you guys doing? What are you playing? Patch notes. New accessibility settings. Soft lock and system controls. Fix a soft lock over there. Fix a trigger and maintenance. Improved visuals in certain exotic materials. Fix a collision thing. Improved visuals on data chip pickups. Okay. Whoop. Let's see. Oh, you know what? No, it's not. It's I forgot this is that's just my grabber. That's just behind me. Finishing up Tomodachi and going to start Batman. Oh, that's fun. What have you thought of Tomodachi Life? I hope Batman's fun. I hear wonderful things about it. Okay, we're back. Now, what did we... It's a game that you'll pick up and play every day for an hour or two. Oh, okay, fair. Right, I remember this. got the data chips from here. Played a bit of Power Wash Sim after waking up from after work nap. Just chilling now though. Nice, nice. How was Power Wash? Wait a minute. Is this? We already did this. Right. I pushed the wrong button. Right. They're like, oh, why would a plumbing company buy out this thing? And the hamster was like, I'll check it out. And this is where we are. This is where we're at. So we're back. It's very relaxing. I could see it being more fun if you had friends to play with and just be able to hang out and chat. Yeah, that's probably fair. I was telling Lurket about Librarian. That seems like exactly her type of game. Clean up the arcane library or something? Tidy up the arcane library? Surely there is a surely there is an achievement for putting trash on the ground. Access to lower level, offline. "3D printers will create a variety of items at the touch of a button. Only one item can exist per printer at a time." What am I doing? Oh, you probably couldn't see. I was hitting a button on a vending machine. I like that game. It seems like a nice cozy game. What is this? Oh. Chevron access. 3D printers will create a variety of items at the touch of a button. Only one item. Right. This is like a key card then. Deprint field. This field will make any item it touches deprint. One becomes two. Okay. Star access mismatch. Hold on. If I stand here, blue can go through here. Oh, because we both have that item. The key card we both have. Right. But, I see. Oh. Being a cat and a chaos gremlin, that doesn't sound like me. Doesn't sound like me at all. Diamond access mismatch. We need to get in there. Is there... Oh, I see. Oh, I think this was in the... demo? Question mark? Wait a minute. Because this will deprint. What if... Oh, that won't work. Right? Or wait, no, hold on. We're split. That's fine. Now I can have it. And I'm going to... Oh gosh. Open this door. How do I... Because I can't just... Oh. Well, went away. Show me 2 prints. Yay! Quantum shards. Push this. Give me monies. Okay. Do you have to work on Monday? Yes. I pretty much work every day. Even if it's a holiday. Yay! That's right though. I forgot. You guys have a long weekend. Do you guys have any long weekend plans? Fast travel platforms. Stand on these platforms to activate them. Pairs of platforms require split cats. Okay. I can't pick up the item. If I bring you this way. When you're split, if it is not possible for one twin to hold an item, such as if that twin is using a lever switch, the other... Oh, I see. So if I... Right, okay. That makes sense. Oops. Okay. So what do we have here? If I do... drop. So I can't pick that up. I need that card here. Working, I have one grad class and one other class to do work for. I also have to arrange an instrumental music track for my spring concert on Thursday. That's on Thursday? I hope that goes well. Okay. So part of the problem, I guess we need this key card. We need this key card to go here, and I think what's going to happen... is that's going to change the color of the wall that's up here. Or... No, or is that just a printer? Why do we have this key? Hold on. If I do... Let's put you down here. If I go... Oh. I think we have it. So wait, does this... It does! Okay. See... I knew it. So now you can go in here. So you're gonna push this button. Whoops. Right. Yay! Alright. Wait, so what happens? Can you give me a key? No. What happens if what is that? Why is that there? Huh. Okay. Alright. We did it. Doesn't matter. Me too. The kids are ready. I'm taking a gamble because it's after school and they have never done that before, so I don't know how many people will show up. Yeah, that is a weird one. But hopefully there will be more parents there since, like, you know, it's after school. I hope it performs well. We need a battery for that door. It's one of these situations. 'Cause now I'm holding it over here. Open this door. Get our money. Now put that. And join up. Swap-a-doodle. I planned for it though. I combined grade levels, K1 and 2, 3, and 4, 5. Theoretically, there should be enough kids to sing in each group. Oh, that'll be fun. What's the? Is there a theme? So that changes the door color. I need you here. Combine. I think this is what we do. I have a battery. Oh, a heavy object. That's what I have. Okay. Right. Yep, that's silly of me. That was just silly of me. If I place that there... Wait a minute. Do I want this here? Yes. If I put that right there. You come through here. blue goes in first. Now I drop that there. No, I'm dumb. I did. Well, I was on the right track the first time. Because that opens that door. So, hold on. I need... Now... Wait a minute. Because I can't go through that fire. You can go through there. But I need this door orange. Oh, wait. Hold on. Idea. I put that there. I go here. Wait a minute. Why did I just do that? Why? That was not very difficult at all. How did I get mixed up? Oh, no, I just picked the music. Oh, okay. Okay, one is singing, I love this little old planet. I don't think I know that. Listen to the children and reach for a star, which goes along with the story of Dr. Mae Jemison. 2 and 3, grade 2 and 3 has give us hope in this world together and ready to go. Okay. And 4 and 5 has universal language about the importance of music and culture. We won't stop dreaming and sound all around us, which is kind of a rap. No way. Oh, that's fun. Use pair switches to activate the return platform. That's the second set of tests done, Susan. Fab. I'll get the catnip and worms out ready for your return. Dibs on the catnip. Lurking, Emmy. I hope you have a great lurk. Thank you for being here. Hope you're having a good weekend. Alright, we need a key. Deep print fields. Can I can't go into those bookshelves. Okay. Wish I could feel like, hold on. Maybe we can bring a key back. Not really. The useless brother move, and he doesn't, or helping the useless brother move. And he doesn't, he hasn't done any of his own shifting, so kind of moody at the moment. No! Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Emmy. Is your brother younger or older? Wait a minute. Oh. Right. So, hold on. Is this the key card? Yes. Older, okay. I'm sorry he's being useless. There we go. Are those really called chevrons? Does that have a weight to it? It does. Open sesame. Most of the songs have to do with hope, togetherness, inclusivity, kindness, and cultural representation. Oh, that's very fun. That's good. A good child lesson for sure. Okay, back to the train. How's the digging going, Susan? Curiouser and curiouser. Snooping around Flagrante Johann employee data, there were some staff changes after the merger. Specifically, all of Igneus's plumbing staff moved into data processing roles, and Johann's data processing staff were moved onto plumbing jobs. They swapped the staff? That doesn't seem like a wise restructuring move. I don't think Flagrante Johann needs to worry about structural efficiency. Flagrante Johann is a subsidiary of Capricorn International Products. Crumbs. Capricorn International are a huge multinational. Exactly. It seems there's a lot of money flowing into this facility. Very much needed. Yeah, very for sure. Ooh. Oh, they're too high for us. Hello. Can we like... You're obviously a robot. But... Oh. How do I move you? I feel like I need to move you. And I can't... Doesn't look like... I feel like we're missing something. Can you say anything about robots? What about mice? They're the same. I feel like we need a... Oh, wait a minute. Is that... Does that look like a handle? No, maybe it's not. That's not giving me the option to... I thought maybe on the front. Oops. And it's not like a... We have to move both sort of thing? No. Let's look at the customization. Anything? What else do we have? It could be a I swap? Cat 1. We can do a different color cat. Torty, black. I'm thinking a light color one just because that one's black. Let's do a gray tabby. Nice. Just a switch. Alright, we'll figure you out later. It looks like we come back here anyway. So maybe we have to learn something. You. Star access. Okay. Quick as a flash. Oh, is it? It's gonna pick up the object and then looks like deposit it into the recycle bin. Okay, put that. Oh, and I bet. Oop. Okay. We're fine. I thought I was gonna come pick it up, but I guess we were out of range. What's happening here? Oh. No? Oh. I see. Give money, give money. Annoyance becomes advantage. It's like they're describing me, I guess. All right. What are they going to... Ooh. Looks like someone we know purchased Batman. You need a good Batman gif. But I don't want to use a good one that I'll use for next week, you know? There we go. But it's an advantage, so I think you just come. Well, it's sort of one of those like, is it sort of deals. Okay, wait a minute. this opens... Wait. Should you have stayed over here? Here's the problem. Wait a minute. I need us here. That's gonna come get... But, how do I... How do I... Because I need this weight. When he throws it away, does it rematerialize? Oh, wow. Okay, that's fast. It does. There we go. I was trying to figure out how do we get it to... I didn't want to be stuck without the weight. Unironically, I unlocked travel tickets on my island. Your character said they wanted to go to Australia. This feels... Oh. Oh. Hold on. What is this? Okay. Split. Let's have you here. So now, yeah. And then if I do this, I think they'll clean up that stuff. So now, hold on. Figure out how to do that. That other... What happens if I go here? Will it crush me? As before, but a little further. This... Okay. That we need one person to go through. Now, give. If I put this here, let's say, you can go after it. Is it too far away? I think it's too far away. Oh, no. Nice. Okay. Yay. I've got some bad news, Susan. Oh no, what is it? I've aced all of the mandatory tests. I can head through to debriefing. Jet, this is no time for jokes. Head through to debriefing, and you should be able to reach surface access from there. I feel like something's gonna go wrong, or this game was very short. But I feel like something's gonna go wrong. Wrong, Susan. It's always a good time for a joke. Nothing else. Oh, we don't get put in a box. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Why do I have this? Do I need this? Oh. Well, that doesn't answer my question. Why do I have this weight? I guess we're taking it with us. Up top, come on. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, you go there. Oh, that's gonna be tricky. Again. If they fits, they sits. Oops. That's very difficult. Maybe, okay, to make this easier for myself, we split and now, I'm going to focus on getting you... Go, that went bad. Oh no. Oh no. Come on! No! Okay. Alright, again. I'm going to have to do it again so we can get that mouse, too. It's hard to get the reticle to like, hold on, let's stay connected. It's hard to get the reticle to, okay, we have one up there. No! No! Oh, it made it. We got very lucky there. The reticle likes to bounce around a little bit. Okay, so now we have to go back here. That applies to anything for cats. Casey is still in Mochi's window bed. That's the only place she sits in the bedroom window. Mochi's window bed. Amazing. This. You gonna? No? I need to like lead it on. Got it. Take that, mouse idiot. Okay. There's definitely something weird about Flagrante Johann. I mean, aside from this cavernous secret underground research facility, all the staff, both plumbing and data processing, are under strict non-disclosure contract. And when I say strict, I'm not talking get down off the couch now strict. I mean even more strict than that. Golly! Our informant was really putting themselves at risk by contacting us. We must get to the bottom of this. Now, your beef is with shrews, not mice. It literally says that on the screen. It says, take that, mouse idiot. That's not me talking. That's blue. Orange is up there. I don't think I've ever heard you say mouse idiot. Again, it's on the screen. It's not my doing. Okay. Alright. I'm in place. I think you need to... Oops. Are we jumping across? Nice. Ooh, wait, there's money up there. Flagrante bugs. Nope. Get down. Come on. Alright, there we go. What's this? Oh. Mine. See, take that, mouse idiot, it says. Alright, we need a diamond key card. There's a door there, but what's down here? Surely... Maybe there's nothing there. Maybe that's just there to do like the jump sort of thing. I don't know. Alright, we have this guy. We need a key. It's also locked. Not locked. Also, we're about to have to run ads. By the way, this is an Australia-made game. I think I mentioned that. Oop. There's a purple thing up there. Where's the other one? Oh, and the other one's up there. Alright, so... Can I jump? No. Ah. I see. Okay. Now, need backup. This would also be a fun, because you can play this co-op. This would be a fun co-op game. Saving. It takes a little bit of coordination, but it's not too difficult. Performance appraisal debriefing. Oh. Concierge AI. Hello, test participant. Thank you for taking part in this employee testing initiative. Your performance has been appraised. You have been awarded the rating barely adequate. Thanks. Please do not interrupt. Sorry. Please do not interrupt again. Your performance will be appended to your employee record. Stand by while your employee record is deciphered. Mismatch. No employee file on record. You are not authorized to be here. Please remain where you are. Security will apprehend you first thing in the morning. In the meantime, please refrain from any escape attempts. Thank you. Wait, let me out. There must be some mistake. I'm an employee here. Okay, I'll bite. What's your employee number? 4. Nice try. Now be quiet and remain where you are till morning. Take that. Perform 100 or 0451 jumps. 0451? Is that? What's that? Why 0451? (0451) is the most famous Easter egg in video game history? What? Is it? It originated as the actual door entry code for the 1990s development team Looking Glass Studios. There's a co-op game kind of along these lines that you might like called Shift Happens. I feel like it looks vaguely familiar. Interesting. Interesting. I really liked kind of that reminded me of there was a game called Top D and 2D where you're two characters and you have to swap between a top-down view and a 2D view. That was kind of neat, and it sort of had puzzles similar to this where you're like helping the other one get through. Is pretty neat. Oh yeah, you could use it in Mouse PI as well. Was 0451 one of the codes? I've never, like, heard of that being an Easter egg. That's interesting. I'm sure it's been in games I've played. I don't think I would have ever noticed that that was, like, as a classic. Interesting. Oh. We're about to have to run ads. Also, we'll probably... We'll play for... We'll play for like an hour after these ads, and then we'll stop there. You know, I honestly, I have probably, I forget to pick these up, the data chips. I've probably just left some on the ground, not realizing I didn't even pick them up. Also, I feel like the elevator, when we hit the elevator, it looks sort of like the room is moving. I wonder if the room is actually moving versus the elevator. Yeah, it's spy music. Let's pause. We have to run ads, so stand up, stretch, grab a snack, grab a drink, etc. And then we'll be back with more of this. So BRB!
This is your time, Jetpack Gang. Stand up, move around, grab a snack, hydrate. The stream will resume in just a few minutes.
And welcome back, everybody. Let's continue. Like I said, we'll probably go just for another hour, and then we'll stop. I know I started very late today, but as you guys know, I'm dealing with shrew business. Uh-oh. There you are. Please refrain from escaping. Not gonna happen, I'm afraid, you dummy. Well, at the very least, refrain from unplugging my screens. It makes my brain feel all weird. Guess what we're gonna do. Okay. I know you're busy with shrew business, but did you eat at least? No, I did not. I pretty much did not leave my room. I've just been waiting here. I made coffee. That was pretty much it. Is there anything up here? Oh. But I'll eat after stream. There's money up there. Okay, so one needs to stay here. What does this do? That opens that door. Okay. I see. But yeah, I'll eat after stream. No. How would I? Oh. I bet if I... Hold on. Go back over here. Oh, wait. How does this work? Nah, it's too much trouble for like a couple of dollars. I think I need both of the cats there and then have one of the cats remove the battery on the left side so that they go up. Nah, let's just try it. Oops. Actually, I forget. I can probably just do... Alright, so pick that up, do that. Now... there we go. $2! We did it! $2 acquired. Hashtag worth. I mean, $2 in this economy is, you know, it's not nothing. Nothing. Dual handle. Or is it a dual handle? It is. Ah. Figured it out. Oops. So now... Rand. I mean, this economy it kind of is. What are you getting for $2? Although in Catland, $2 could be afforded. True. That's also true. Good point. Good point. That's a door. Aha. I actually have to go down there and collect those dollars, though, right? Just give it to me. Save. These data chests contain data chips. Some can be unlocked with 1 battery, some require 2. These chests are for completionists. If you can't find a battery, do not worry. Oops. Data chips. Susan, I have some information that should help recalibrate my sensors. Great, what can you tell me? When you said you didn't know what units the depth reading was, it was certainly not inches. I'm deep, deep underground here. Crikey! Well, I guess we're in kilometers, so that means... Oh, it makes sense. They're all Australian. Wow, Jet, this facility is huge. You're so deep down, like... Really, really, really far away from the surface. Thanks, Susan. That's very inspiring. I should have gotten some Aussies to read the voices for me. We haven't really unlocked anything. We haven't found any other plumbing department. Documents for Aaron Johnson. Whoa. Okay. I was not expecting that. Some profiles are profile locked. You can hack the profile while finding documents on other computers around the facility. That makes sense. I've been seeing when we hack, it'll say like a progress for unlocking someone's profile. It makes sense now. Still have the key card. Is this one? That needs a battery. Oh. Give me the card. We have battery on the right side. Okay, but why did I do that? Why? What do I do with this? Where am I supposed to go? Okay, we can't jump that high. There's something... This looks like an elevator. Is there a... Do I just need this? Oh, maybe I just need this? Oh, yeah. I see. This profile is 50% hacked. We have the moon access card. Oh. Oh, I almost thought maybe that hard hat was going to be a customization. No. Does not seem to be the case. Oh. Put you here. Okay, more Aaron Johann. Oh, completed. I'm in. Hack 1 profile. Okay. Diamond and diamond. There are tubes up on the ceiling. Oh, that's just... Oh, wait a minute. I've made a mistake. You have to put this key card back and then come back and get that key card. Because I made the mistake of crafting a new one. This feels very James Bond music-wise. Speaking of James Bond the other day. I was like, oh, we missed a computer we didn't hack. No. We hacked it. Alright. So this is gonna go here. But... this is the computer that was locked. Note to self. It's been a while. I've lost count of the months that have passed since the hostile takeover. Why am I writing this? For myself, I suppose. There's no one else who will read this. The absurdity of the situation is not lost to me. I am not incarcerated. I could choose to walk out at any time, but the litigious onslaught that would await me is breathtaking in its comprehensive nature. Igneous's lawyers are numerous and indefatigable. That's untireable, right? Indefatigable. The band from Scott Pilgrim had a song called that. As I contemplate yet another day chained to this desk in the bowels of the earth, I once more lament the choice of Flagrante Plumbing Solutions to come and unblock our toilet. Or is it something about being bored? Describe someone or their efforts as persisting tirelessly. Okay, so tireless. Not yet worn out. There you go. Surface access. Need a battery. 2 batteries we want. What's that like? Who knows? Oh. Oh, okay. Right, it was green. For some reason I thought that meant we couldn't go through there. Such zooming. Whee! Wait a minute. Okay, so we can now teleport instead of having to go through that whole ride again. The CEO office. West Storage, CEO office. Restricted. Locked door. There's a tube up there. This door is open. Let's see what's down here. Very curious. Oh. Okay. We can go to the right if we combine. What are they hiding? He's venting. Speaking of Among Us. Ooh, that'll probably take me to that hidden room, I bet. Nice. Whoop. I like that the song kind of has like a meowing, sort of. Welcome in, Fox. How are you? How's your day going? Level 5. Okay, so we don't have level 5 clearance. Fox, how's your day going? And your weekend? Do you work weekends? Piggy bank. Finally watched the VOD about us talking about co-stream stuff. My day is going well. Thank you. How's yours? Did you have any final thoughts? Or anything from that? Look at this golden throne. This whole golden bathroom. Very, you know. The Titan is unmoved. Excerpt. Okay, the Titan is unmoved. Galtney raised his head, tears in his eyes, but the workers, will they not suffer? Jack did not look back. A choice that all make when they are birthed to this world. Let them suffer. What remains? To whom must the people of the world look for suffrage, if not their governments and social structure? At this, Jack did look back, turning his strong neck to reveal a handsome face. To the leaders of corporations, to the CEOs and directors, those are the best of us. Oh, is it Gatney or Galtney? It looks like an I on the middle one, but the first ones and the last ones look like... Anyway. We're gonna go with Galtney. That sounds more of a name. Galtney wept, for he knew this to be true. Those at the very top of the corporate structure had attained this position through hard work and superior genes. To these men, a king's ransom was too little reward. They deserved it all and more, for they were in a real sense the true kings of society. Galtney's tears fell recklessly to the dirt and were absorbed like so much toil in the communal workforce of lies. Jack, much like the titular Titan, was unmoved. Interesting. Oh, absolutely. My final thoughts are still the same. Co-stream only with my 2 mods. Otherwise, me be a guest for vibes only. Yeah, fair. Also, share chat is a nightmare. It do be a nightmare. The punching. Yeah, it is just a lot to manage. And I feel like I was saying, I feel like the times where I've been a guest, I've told people, like, just tell me if you need to do something on stream, like you're addressing people, or there's a redeem that's happening that you need to do something, like, let me know so that I'll be quiet and let you do your thing. Or I've been like, oh, hey, I need to do something real fast, and then, do that or whatever. So if I recall, there's a streamer named Octopimp. I think Bear knows who they are. But they had a thing where they're like a bigger streamer. They've done a bunch of voice acting in video games and some anime as well. But they had a thing where they would read the script of something as a redeem. It may have been like a donation redeem or something, but I remember them saying that they would like, they were like on a podcast and they were talking, and someone was like, yeah, I remember you would like, sometimes we'd be in the middle of a game and you'd be like, hey, hold on, I need a few minutes. And they would like read this script that took them like a few minutes to read. So I totally get it. And sadly, cannot have a smooth co-stream with one streamer not being able to be self-aware. Yes, that is a big issue, yes. You have to have, like, both people on the same page, I think, as far as, like... Ooh, the CEO's office. As far as, like... what both people expect and need to do, and, like, what do you do if... something is happening, like it's giving people the room to, like, especially if, well, I feel like if I'm a guest, especially, it's like, okay, like, I don't know, you give the host the ability to do what they need to do. I also try to, as best I can, if I'm a guest, I feel like I am trying, not that the host needs my help, but I see it as like, I need to do my best to make them look good, So, like, I'll try to set them up for jokes, or like, I ask people questions all the time anyways, but, like, I'll make sure to, like, try to ask them interesting questions that their chat might want to know or something, so that they are, like, I don't know. So it just feels like, I feel like that's all, that's all in being a good guest, I think. Like, if someone asks or makes a comment and my friend has been quiet, I'll always ask their perspective on it. Yes, to keep it fun first, but yeah, exactly. Yeah, and yeah, I agreed. I was on another tab when you said golden throne. I imagined like the iron throne, not a toilet. No, yeah, I was like, look at, I mean, what do you call that? But a golden throne. And that invites my chat to engage with them and make more friends. Yeah, because you are a gem jet. I feel like, I think it's because I have watched, again, I don't watch a lot of bigger streamers, but Dex Bonus, who is a bigger streamer, who is the streamer I watched that made me think, oh, maybe I can stream. She has done, now I guess now she's probably done a lot of co-streams, but she has done a lot of like YouTube videos where she's like played something with somebody else, and I've watched those VODs or I've watched whatever, and I've sort of followed her lead, I guess, and how she does stuff. Because I feel like when she has a guest on, she's not necessarily addressing chat very much, but she, at the beginning of her stream, she usually does a bit of like talking and chatting. Like my structure of stream is set up because of because of her content, because I watched it. I loved it. Loved how she did that. So like when she has a guest on, she mostly is focused on the guest and like, and the game, but like, you know, her attention is more like, you know, granted, some of that, she is at a benefit of having a very large community. So like her chat and stuff kind of will flow on its own for the most part. What was I gonna say? Oh, but I feel like seeing how, you know, if she's co-streaming with somebody, I feel like she knows to give them like the room and the space to do something if they're making a joke or they have a, you know, they're doing a running bit or something. Like she lets them do it. If she has to do something, I feel like they have an understanding of like, yeah, the guest knows to like let her do a thing, and you know but I think they're at a level where it's more maybe understood that they're being entertainers versus like, I don't know if that makes sense. Because also they come from, a lot of those streamers and come from YouTube first, so they're more used to being the entertainers, and like engaging with chat is now, maybe since they've been doing it so long, is probably, you know, it doesn't feel odd to them, but probably like when it comes to making content, that's second nature to them. It's something they had to learn eventually, because they started off being like, I make a YouTube video, I have to make it entertaining, I script it, I am the entertainer, there's nothing else to rely on. So I don't know. I don't know if any of that makes sense. But in thinking about how they do things, it's probably a lot of it is, you know, how they learned to make content. And yeah, I don't know. But I think when you're at that level, and I'm sure they're interacting with people who are at similar levels, so they understand what it means to like, you step back so that person can shine for a bit, and then you'll get your chance to kind of, you know, do your thing and whatever. But it's a lot like playing D&D, where you if you're a good D&D player, you know to not hog the spotlight. Like, you need to let other people, you know, be the center stage for a bit, and then you'll get your turn eventually. But it's all about, you know, being collaborative in that, you know, space. It's not about like making it about you or anything. Like, you know, it's learning It's learning that, but that all takes communication and whatever. It's like a dance. Yeah, that would be a great way to do or to describe that for sure. But also, yes, I hate share chat. But also, I hate chat. And both parties need to want the other to shine. Yes, that's also true. That is maybe also where it's difficult, because surely there are a lot of people, especially on Twitch. I mean, like, this is my campaign. Oh no. You know, there are a lot of different personalities on Twitch, and you know, hopefully you find people that are on the same page. But you know, surely there are a lot of people who are have the mentality of like, I gotta get ahead, like I gotta grind. They're on the rise and grind track of things. They're trying to grind Twitch. They're trying to get, you know, they want to get to the top no matter what. And so yeah, there are a lot of people that see it as a yeah, they're not necessarily trying to let the other person shine. They want to, you know, they want to shine. They want to be the brightest. So luckily, it's usually pretty easy to spot that. I feel like it's usually never fun to notice that, but you know, you usually at some point, if somebody is like that, it's easier to pick up on that, or you pick up on it quick. And then you can be like, I don't want to really be around this person much anymore. Lifting up my friends makes me feel alive. Oh, that's good. I can tell that about you. But we're all human, so totally get that insecurity. You can get the best of us sometimes. Yeah, true. And I don't know. I mean, a lot of people. I still love that streamer dearly, but I will not be doing that again. No, for sure. I think that's also smart to know. You know, yes, I want to continue doing that, or no. You know, with love, right. No, I mean, I totally understand that. It's good to know. You know, your boundary and what you want to, you know, who you want to have on and what works best for your stream and your community and all of that. But, you know, to be fair, and I'll say, I mean, there have been plenty of people who I feel like the ones who are like, I gotta get ahead, most of the time, once they realize either this person's not letting me get ahead, or this person's not like allowing me to use their stream as a stepping stool to get ahead, they usually move on pretty quick. We used to get, like, especially early days, we would get people in the community who were like, you know, just starting streaming and stuff, and I don't mind like talking about streams, and if that's the topic of conversation, I don't mind people like talking about their stream because we're having a conversation about streaming. But there were a few people who would like, they did not participate in the community at all. They would only come in just to talk about the fact that they were either about to stream, or they would come in to talk. They would either say, I'm about to stream, or they would talk about their stream, and that's it. And then they would leave. And it always made it feel like, okay, they're not trying to engage in any real way. They're just here to try to network or whatever. The spooky behavior, yeah. So I would stop reading their messages that had to do with that, and eventually they, like, very quickly they moved on. They would not, like, I wouldn't acknowledge it. Oh, that's not. I just wouldn't really acknowledge those messages unless they said something else about anything else, really. But that's really all they would talk about. So if they, you know, said something about it, I just wouldn't acknowledge it. I wouldn't. I wouldn't address it in any way. I just pretended that message wasn't there, and eventually they, you know, but they stopped coming around, because I imagine it has to be like, oh, they're not talking about my stream anymore, so like nobody knows that I'm streaming here, so I guess I'm just gonna leave. That's a good way you dealt with it. I'm taking notes. I mean, sometimes it's honestly, it's fine to also be like, because we have like no self-promo rules and stuff. And again, to me, I don't care if like people are a part of this community. I don't care if they talk about their streaming. Very likely I will bring up people's streams anyways. But it's if the person has done nothing to try to be a normal human and try to participate normally, try to talk to me or whatever. Then like it's fine to be like, oh, by the way, we don't have self-promo stuff. Just, heads up. But yeah, I don't know. That was my way of dealing with it, was just ignoring the message, and hopefully they pick up on it or start talking about something else. You can also, this is a really good feature. I have to add this to my slides. Yeah, this to my slides for Nick and Lurkette. But there's a warning feature on Twitch where, because you'll see that there's like, timeout, ban, and there's warn. Warn, what's fun is if you have put in rules in your chat, which I think is under moderation settings. Grateful root. No. There is somewhere in the back end where you can. Oh no, it is chat rules. You can add like a numbered list of rules, and what's great if you do that is when you warn somebody, when you hit the warn button, you can select a rule or you can type in a custom message, and what happens is they get a little pop-up in their chat that says, like, it'll highlight the rule that you've selected or your message. So for example, I have like no self-promo. If someone was like doing it egregiously, I could warn them, select that rule, and they can't chat until they accept that message or accept that they have seen the warning, which I really like. That is sort of like just as a reminder. I mean, you could get mods to do that. Like your mods can warn that person. You just have to make sure you have the rules sort of, filled out in your moderation settings. But it's a nice like, okay, if they're chatting after this, they've seen it. They've been warned. They know that's a thing. But you can do like a custom message as well. It's like a kid looking at your ice cream saying, oh wow, I've never had ice cream before. I wish I knew what it tastes like. That is very much like it. There's, I don't know. We would get so many I don't know. We don't get it much anymore. But I feel like early on, 2020, 2021, we'd always get people who were, trying to self-promo a lot, and I hate it. Just, my advice always when it comes to like networking, and stuff is to just find a community and a streamer that you really like, and then be involved in that community. And very likely it'll naturally come up. It'll like, you don't even have to mention your stream. It'll just probably at some point come up, or like, I feel like coming in and with the purpose of I am networking, it's just, I don't know, it's just never, I feel like it's very rarely works in someone's favor. There's the mod comment feature too now, so you can leave notes on someone that the other mods can see too if you've had to talk to someone before. That is cool. I've been networking this whole time. No! It's happened. It's happened. This is the truth. It comes to light. Bear's just been biding his time to be like to you know to stand in the spotlight. But yeah, there's a lot of that sort of, I don't know. There's a lot of that sort of stuff. I see a lot of, I on Reddit, I am in the Twitch subreddit, which I don't recommend. It's the worst. But you see a lot of that where people are trying to figure out how to network, and they're just like, oh, I go into people's streams and I mention that I stream, and why isn't nobody following me? And it's just like, oh gosh. I mean, I can barely network in my regular life. Networking is difficult. Again, any type of situation where I've had to do something that I'm like, I'm really not good at this. My goal has always just been, well, I'll just be friendly to them and see what happens. When I worked at the Apple store, I'm very bad at sales. I'm not a good salesperson. And we had people who were like great at sales and the sales skills and stuff. My strategy was always, I'm just going to talk to this person and see if I can become friends with them. And if they buy a computer at the end, great. So I'd just be very nice. I'd ask some questions. I you know. But I had like some of the worst metrics from all of the salespeople. So don't follow my advice in every setting. But truthfully, I followed you so fast because you passed the vibe check immediately, so it's working. I'm happy. Some people like my vibe. I forgot to tell you, somebody told me I look like the British were invading yesterday. Wait, what? Like the British were invading. Oh yes, I joined a Facebook group of people starting on Twitch, and people were baffled that doing unsolicited self-promo and other streams didn't work. I can't imagine, like, people not understanding why that wouldn't work. I guess, like, would you want people to be doing that in your stream? And like, I will say, I have seen in some of the Aussie circles that I've seen. And again, I think maybe the Aussies might be a different case because a lot of times they end up being like tight-knit groups, I suppose. But I see a lot of like faux self-promo where it's seen as like a joke. Like it's made as a joke, kind of. That's my thought, I suppose. It's said as a joke where somebody will be shouted out as a joke, or like they'll like kind of mention their stream very jokingly. And it's sort of like a, haha, we're all in on this together kind of. But I don't know, part of me as a viewer, I'll be watching it, I'll be like, this still seems kind of scummy. Like, they really are shouting out these people, or they really are talking about it very like ham-fistedly. Is that the word? Ham-fisted? And so part of me sometimes is like, this seems like one of those, it's a joke, but it's really not one, if that makes sense. We're all saying it as if it's a joke, but this person either really wants to be shouted out or, you know, I don't know. Yeah. For context, I combed my hair yesterday without washing it. Picture in Discord. I'll have to check it out. Oh, not the pretend joke promo. No, yeah. You see, that's kind of what I think. It's hard to tell. So part of me is like, does nobody else care about this? Does everyone see it as a joke? Or I don't know. Part of me is like, I've seen like mods who stream will shout themselves out. Again, all done in the guise of a joke. But part of me is like, but then they do get followers from it. And everyone's kind of laughing, but I'm sort of like, I feel like if this was a social situation, like in person, I would be the one who's not laughing, sort of looking around at everyone like, this feels weird. It worked. Their self-promo worked. So is this... That's abusing your powers mod for sure. You see, that I would say, yes, I agree with you. But everyone else is laughing. And so I'm like, does the streamer see it that way? The streamer might actually think it's a joke. But I don't, like, there's something that still feels weird to me seeing that happen, I guess. Especially because I think, I'm like, okay, whether it's said as a joke or not, it is still like self-promo, or it's promotion, and you're the one who's doing it, but everyone's joking. But I also sort of feel like, to be fair, a lot of the Aussies are very, like, what's the word? Very just casual, nonchalant about most things anyway, so I don't know if they would really care about it. But to me, I see it and I'm like, this... I don't know. I don't know about this. This feels like self-promo, even as a joke, and it's working. Like, people are following and they're laughing along like, ah, yeah, I gave you a follow. But I mean, they did actually give them a follow. But I'm like, okay, wait a minute. Does anybody else feel like this is self-promo? Yes, are we all acknowledging this? I don't know. Aggressively curly hair. I have a few jokey friends say, mod me, and I say, I have 50 layers of trust issues, even if I love you. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I wouldn't ever mod anybody that I didn't, like, just fully trust, I suppose. And right now we don't have any mods. I was like, because I didn't get mods for the longest time. And then I did. And then I was sort of like, I kind of want to go back to the way it was. Like, I feel like I've been trying to chase those early years of my streaming for a bit. And I was like, I kind of want to go back to where I didn't have any mods. And so now I don't. I just have auto mod and like very strict chat settings. So I don't have to worry too much, and luckily people are pretty chill, so I don't have to worry too much. Oops, ads are playing. But I understand most people probably couldn't not have mods. But yeah, I would never like mod somebody that I didn't think, okay, I'm giving them a lot of power and say, I guess. I wouldn't want anyone to like just be banning people or timing out people all willy-nilly. I don't like being timed out as a joke, so I don't want other people doing that. I don't like my messages being deleted, so I don't know. I'm always like, why did you delete it? My brain demon says, guys, you don't have to mod. You don't even have to come say hi. In fact, I'm annoying. You probably don't want to. You don't want to mod for me. Oh, I'm sure people don't think that. I think it's just good to have. Well, I mean, maybe, I don't know. I think it's good to, because there are some people who are very lax with their mods. I've learned. Where it's just like, yeah, you can mod. I don't care. Just do whatever you want. And they're just very like, you know, do your thing. I am more on the like, all right, so we have, you know, these are the rules. This is how I want things to go. I'm very like, I'm very like, when I had mods, I was very more like, strict, I guess. I don't know. I think I'm more by the books when it comes to like, well, you're in a position of power, so you need to. There are rules. You can't just do things all crazy. I need you to follow the. So I don't know. I think I'm probably less fun. I'm less fun that way. Luckily, Twitch has also really revamped their moderation settings and added more protection for streamers. The COVID years were rough. Also true. Vix, welcome in. How's it going? That is accurate. They've definitely added more moderation settings. They have shield mode, which is nice, because they did not have that. I used to have in my Stream Deck a button that I would press. I think it actually still exists, but I don't need it anymore, really. But I have something called like, well, yeah, I actually do probably still need it. But I have something called the emergency brake, and it turns on emote only mode, sub only mode. It also hides my source. That's the my alerts and stuff. It also does that. And I can't remember if there's anything else. But now there's shield mode, where if you push shield mode, it pretty much does most of that. It doesn't. I think it goes to sub only mode. It doesn't do emote only. But there's like even settings there. Yeah, so they've done a lot. Vix, how are you? I basically say they don't ever have to do anything, and they have my complete trust to do anything. Ban whoever, timeout whoever, and they don't need to check with me. But it is because they have all my trust, so I know I'll support whatever decision they make. Yes, that I think that is very good. That's a good thing to establish. I think I've also said to people I've modded for also, because I think this is my personal belief. Not everyone sees it this way, but this is my way of the ninja. I think, and the way I do modding, I suppose, like when I'm a mod, is I feel like I should be, in any case of like someone needing to be either timed out or banned or whatever, I feel like as a mod, I should be the bad guy versus the streamer being the bad guy. If that makes sense. Like, so that way, I feel like as the mod, I should be the one who's like doing the banning, or the one who's like having to say, like if someone is like stepping on the rules, it should be me as the mod being like, hey, if we can change conversation, or please don't say that, or whatever. So that way, like, I'm the bad guy instead of it making it awkward between the viewer and the streamer. So like, I'll delete someone's comment or time them out or something, and if they have a problem, I can intercept instead of the streamer, so that way between the streamer and the viewer, they're fine. I hope that the streamer will back me up, or be like, yeah, I think that was a good decision or something. But I would rather, I feel like that's that way. It's like, I think it's a mod. You should be willing to be the bad guy. So I don't know. That's also my thought. But I know, like, I feel like most people are pretty like lax with their mods and are sort of just like, they're kind of just there as like a loose layer of security, I guess. Like, they're more like friends, I guess, and they're not necessarily very actively watching chat or whatever. But I am like a very active I am a very active participant in the channels that I've modded for, and like, I don't know. I just take it very seriously, I guess. I don't know. I'm good. A little bit snuffly. Think I've developed a cold. No. I hope you feel better. I hope you don't really get sick. Hopefully it's just like allergies or something. Totally. I used to mod, but I just like watching from my TV or tablet. You see, and I think that's fine. I think that's great. Like if someone's like, I just really just want to watch more than mod, I think that's great. And I don't think I would take another modding position anywhere because I know that I wouldn't be able to dedicate the time and energy to it. So I'm only technically a mod for 2 people, one of whom doesn't stream anymore. So if you started streaming again, I would have to figure out how to do that. But the mods are the bouncers, whereas the streamer is the main act. Exactly. You see, I feel like that's the way it should be. Is like, all right, like the enforcers in a way. That sounds more intense, but like they're the ones who have to be like, all right, yeah, you know, follow the rules, blah blah blah. Because I think I don't know, because to expand on that thought, I think mods should be the streamer should be the entertainer. They should just be focused on talking to chat, being entertaining, focusing on their game, whatever. I think as a mod, then I can be helpful by making sure that everything else is running smoothly, or if I need to be the bad guy, I'll be the bad guy. You know, I'm okay with that. Because I see it as, well, that's the job of the moderator. Like, let the streamer do their thing, let the streamer be the entertainer, and the mods like assist in that, and whether by also participating or by being also the unfun one and be like, you know, oh hey, by the way, we have rules for a reason. They can make their case in the unban request later. True. I think I have unban requests off, I have unban requests off. I used to have them on, and then I was just like, no, I'm pretty sure when I ban somebody, they're banned. I don't really need to give them a second chance. It's usually, if I've banned them, it's usually egregious enough that I'm like, no. No. But yeah, I agree. I feel like it's the case pretty much anytime I've had to do something with like in a major moderative way. After the stream, I will message the streamer and be like, hey, by the way, this happened. This is what I did. Should I do that again? Like, is that what you would like me to do in the future? Or like, what do you think about this? But I imagine my mods are little fox cartoon characters in security uniforms, and it makes me very happy. That's very funny. I like that. Yes, my mom is convinced I have hay fever, but very mildly, so could be that since I don't actually feel sick. Okay, yeah, maybe it's just that. Bear, have a good night, Bear. We'll be ending soon. I know it's quite late for a lot of you. Oh, you want me to be the bad guy? Fine. Now I'm the bad guy. Mother Gothel. Wait, who is that? Is that Disney? Who is that? But sleep is optional on the weekends? Yeah, true. But I haven't eaten. So I also need to eat. So I feel like we'll you know. Tangled. I've actually never seen Tangled. Awkward. That's one of the Disney movies I've never seen. There's quite a few that I was like, yeah, I'll watch it someday, and then never watched it. Just never watched it. Never sat down to watch it. But I was like, that sounds familiar. I was thinking of a Disney villain when I heard that name. So at least my brain was somewhat right. You must, if you feel like it. I probably will at some point. I don't know. I don't know why I haven't. It's gonna be a heat wave here this week, which I'm very excited about, but also means my room will be too hot to play Forza. And no, I mean, I know you like hot weather, so I'm sure you'll be quite happy. But yeah, that's no good if it's gonna be too hot in your room. What was I gonna say? When we can move over here, we'll probably end stream here in a few. And we'll pick this up. We'll probably stream tomorrow. And we can play more. I'll be very happy. 27 to 32. Yeesh. Yeah, that's hot. That's hot for us. But yeah, those are kind of my thoughts on like modding and stuff. I feel like, you know, I'm definitely like a maybe overly serious moderator, but I don't know. I feel like when I am modding, I don't know, I'm like, I take it seriously, I guess. Which that wasn't a very good sentence, but like I think I'm like, well, they made me a mod, so like I'm being entrusted with their community, and so I need to like do my best and you know, do whatever. But that's I don't know. That's just my thought. That's also hot for us. It was 11 to 17 highs here this week. We've just had yeesh. So I don't know. I'm just I'm just you know, I take things to heart. So I hear someone say, I'm gonna make you a mod and whatever. I'm like, it is my duty now to protect. You just take your business serious. Yes. I don't know. But I see other people. I'm like, oh, is that how I should be? Is that better? Is that what people would prefer? But I don't know. Protector Jet. Yeah, I did. But I think raised by Sailor Moon. I get it. Exactly. I will, in the name of the moon, I will punish you. But I don't know. That's why also, again, like I don't think, like, if anyone asked me to be a mod anywhere else, I would be like, I cannot, because like I'm just so focused. Like when I'm modding, I'm very, you know, one track minded, very you know, I'm just focused on that person's stream and chat and whatever. And I want to be. And so if I couldn't, it just wouldn't be, I just wouldn't feel like I was doing a good job. I will right wrongs and triumph over evil. And that means you. Bans chatter. That'd be amazing. That'd be very funny. That'd be a very funny. The thing is, we actually very rarely ban people here. Like the last time I banned somebody, like I couldn't tell you the last time someone's done something in chat, and I banned them. That wasn't like a bot, but we haven't really had that many bots either. I have preemptively banned people, and we talked about that a while back. I've preemptively banned people. Have you banned more people on this channel or as a mod? That's tough because I've been around for so long. Maybe, I don't know. I think I would say I've probably banned more people here. I think in other people's channels, I tend to time out. If someone, or I'll like time out somebody and let the streamer handle if they want to ban them or not. There have been a few that it's like, okay, obviously this is a ban. Like if you know, a straight up racist comment or something, that's just like, okay, And then if the streamer has a problem, then we have a problem, right? If they're like, don't ban that then we would have an issue. But most of the time, I probably banned more people here. I think I'll time someone out though, and give them like a longer timeout to try to figure out what to do from there. But I've probably banned more people here, I would say. But again, I think I can't remember if you were here, Vix, when I was mentioning this, but I learned from our old friend, that Square guy. He told me, he was like, it's totally okay if you're in somebody else's stream. He was like, I'll be in someone else's stream and I'll see somebody and I'll be like, I do not want them in my community. Like, they are, whatever they're saying or they're doing or whatever, I do not want them in my community. I don't want to have to deal with that. He would preemptively ban people before they even step foot inside his chat. And I was like, that's amazing. And I do that. So I've done that. So like, there's a few people that have done that for sure. But again, we don't have things aren't too crazy here. One, I feel like we have a lot of introverts in our chat, and I feel like most of them are very chill and are like, the mood of our chat is very like slow and not hype and whatever. So like, I think most of the people who are here to troll aren't super interested in that. But also, I have like higher chat restrictions and stuff. So generally people if they were coming in to cause trouble, they would have a harder time to, because they can't they're getting like auto modded with every message. And so they can't like just type whatever they want. Oh, totally agree with you on the ban appeal stance as well. Like, it takes a lot to get banned, so no appeal for the most part. Yeah. Well, and I think I've had like a couple of people in the past when I had it turned on, they would just sort of be like, but I don't understand. And every time it was just sort of like, no, I warned you. You know, I told you not to do that. So that's not really a good excuse. Nobody who has submitted an unban appeal has been unbanned here. So eventually I was like, I think at just some point I asked myself, like, do I ever see myself doing that? And the answer is no, probably not. Because again, it's usually, if I've banned somebody, it's pretty decisive. I will time them out beforehand. I'll do a warning beforehand. So like, there's a lot before that typically. Again, there's probably some cases where it's more immediate, but yeah, I remember you saying about his advice. I haven't forgot it either. Him advising me through you, apparently. Yeah, I mean, it's honestly great advice, I think. That conversation always goes the same way too. Why? Because you broke the rules. No, I didn't. Well, you did. Yeah. And again, I knew also early on, like, I want to have very clear chat rules. And so, like, you know, I wanted things to just be, yeah, very clear, so there's no question. And also so that way, like, I remember learning this a while back. I don't really remember where this was. I didn't learn this from streaming, but I learned that it's good to have guidelines and rules written out. So that way, like, the expectations are set. So that way, if there's any problems, and assuming the person has read the rules and stuff, you have something to point to and be like, okay, these are the rules. And what you did broke one of the rules. So, like, that needs to change. And I think that's why also, like, you know, having the warning system, all that, like, I think also when like I time out people, I usually say why. And you know, I don't care about if I have to say something to someone while I'm streaming. It's not fun, but like I will, you know, I don't mind saying it. Like if I have to remind somebody we're a family-friendly stream or something, like I don't mind saying that. But it's a good thing to have to point and be like, these are the rules. You're agreeing to this. Or, you know, I can say, hey, I have told, you know the rules. I told you, I warned you. You know, you should know by now, like that's not what we want here, blah, blah, blah. We did have a case where there was an unintentional misclick while we were banning during a hate raid because the chat was moving so fast. That's one of the few cases where the unban request was approved. That's true. We have had one person that was unintentionally banned by a mod, but they were in our Discord, and so they were like, did something happen? And so I had to I asked the mod, I was like, did they say something? What? I missed this. It turns out that they just fell asleep with their hand on their phone and ended up like they were just like, you know, their finger was on their phone or something and ended up banning somebody. If someone gave me a warning or banned me, like I'd be like, oop, my bad, I'm embarrassed. I can't go. Same, actually, 100%. I feel like the people who then like challenge it are probably younger, unless, you know, like it was a mistake, like unless it's very confusing, you know, as to like, wait a minute, how did I get banned? But yeah, I don't know. It feels like at this point it would be very, I mean, especially because I don't have mods right now, it would be very weird for someone here to just be banned like accidentally. So I don't see that as being like, I don't know, it's just unlikely. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have unban stuff on, like the appeals thing. It's just again, I think I said this last time, but I just lost my train of thought. What was I gonna say? I completely lost my train of thought. It's fine. I hate when people have the ban timeout. Someone, oh yes, yeah. I don't like that. Madrigal. That's also a thing I don't like. Whenever I get like jokingly timed out or jokingly, my messages is deleted, I am always just like, I hate that. Please, I hate that so much. That's why I don't like when some streamers joke that they will ban you for doing nice things, because to some people, myself included, banning is something they explicitly comply to rules to avoid. Yeah, I could totally see that. It just makes me so uncomfortable to be punished for point redeem, and I leave those communities. I will often, if that happens, I'll leave the stream for that stream. Like I just won't return after the timeout. But yeah, I that's not my favorite point redeem. I've seen some that are like, it's sort of like a joke button where like you redeem it and it times you out for like 5 minutes or something. Yeah, I don't like that. It's not my fave. It's not my fave. And there's a record of it then. Anytime a mod clicks on your name, they can see ban timeouts in that channel. They may think, yeah, well, and that's true. And also, if you get timed out a lot or banned a lot, you will eventually show up in Twitch's system as a, like, what do they call it? Like basically you will be flagged as like a user that should be monitored. When you like go into someone's chat or whatever, depending on that streamer's like chat settings. So like, yeah, I don't know. I just never want that to be an issue. But yeah, I also agree, Vix. When you're doing something nice and someone is like, I'll ban you for that. The only time I've said that, I think jokingly, is when I'll be like, go follow this person or I'll ban you. or like, if you don't follow this person, I'll ban you. That's the only time I'll joke about it. Just because it's so extreme. And also because it's usually people that I'm like, I love this person. Please go follow them. And you will too. But I would never actually like ban somebody for that. That's just, how would you even know? Chat could be so weird. A few days ago, I said hi to a streamer friend and was having a lovely conversation. Then one of their possessive viewers wrote, I love how you write like an old lady on Facebook. Oh my goodness. Like what? Literally makes me not want to go back, even if I like the streamer. Aw, that's such a weird thing to say to someone, I find. Well, was this the same stream? I think you had mentioned there was like a streamer that, or maybe it was like they had a really intense mod or something. Maybe it wasn't a viewer, maybe it was a mod. But you were saying that like it felt weird going back to that community. That's so weird and uncalled for, yeah. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, that seems like such an odd thing to say to someone. A different streamer, so the crazies are everywhere. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know. That does seem very odd to say to someone, especially that, I don't know, you don't know people. It's like, people in chat or whatever, I'm just like, I don't know. You don't know them? I think saying go follow someone or I'll ban you is different to the mods. To the mods, can you ban Vix for buying another t-shirt that I saw in my merch store for anyone else? Yes, agreed. I think that is I agree with that. 100%. I very much, I feel that same way. Totally, I was even talking to this chatter, like agreeing with them, and they hit me back with that. What? That's one of those like backhanded compliments. Because they started with the I love how, but then it's like not a nice thing. It's like when people are like, oh, like it, where if someone were to be like, wow, you're so brave for streaming like this or something, if someone said, oh, Jet, I love how chopped you look all the time when you stream. It's like you don't care what people think. It's so brave of you. It's like, okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute here. If you don't want to buy the shirt, don't have a merch store. Agreed. I am very much the same. Vix. I know. I feel the same way. If I'll some people will be like, Jet, if you give another sub or something, I'll ban you or time you out or something. And it's like, just say thank you. Just say thank you for this. You don't have to, just say, obviously you want people to contribute. So just let me contribute. And that's why animals are better than people. It's the streamer likes me, not you vibe because they were jealous we were friendly. Yeah, that's weird. Anytime someone says actually as part of their compliment, it's always backhanded. You're actually really good at this thing. Yeah, there's sort of like a, wait, what do you mean by actually? You didn't think I was going to be good at this? Or something? Yeah. I feel like I could see it if it's like a replacement for the word really. Like you're trying to emphasize maybe to counter their own doubt or something. You're actually very good at this. Like you don't see this. You're actually very good at. But yeah, I think, and probably in general, if someone says that, I'd be like, what do you mean? You know, it kind of reminds me, this is something very, there's a song that I've always found the lyrics to be very funny, which I think it's unintentional that it's funny. Christina Aguilera had that song that "You are beautiful no matter what they say." I've always wanted someone to be like, wait, what are they saying? Who's they? What do you mean? Wait, what? I thought things were fine. Anytime I hear that song, not that song pops up anymore, but like, I remember when that song was out, I would think about that. I would think about like, what a weird lyric line. No matter what they say. Who's saying what? Who said that? Daz! I've gotten, you're actually pretty without your glasses. Oh, that is, what an awful thing to say. It did, yeah. I had to just reset the browser source and ended up working. I don't care what anyone says. You're so smart. That is so like, wait, what? Can you clarify? Someone says something? Yeah, I hate the threat to ban people for doing things like that. You're a streamer. You signed up. Well, I lost my place. You signed up to the having subsystem to get money from streaming, but you're using it against the kind people who want to sub or gift subs or buy merch or whatever the thing is. Yeah, I am in full agreement with you, Vix, there. Cause, you know, it's one of those like, I'm being nice. Don't make me out to be, I don't know, not nice or something, or that you don't like it. I don't know. I feel it's in a similar way. Someone we know has Tangia, and I think I remember saying Tangia's the, you know, overlays and the jump scares and whatever. And I remember I was like, I think I said like I would never have Tangia on my stream, and they were like, but you use it all the time in my stream. I'm like, yeah, but it's your choice to have it. It's your choice to have Tangia. So I don't have it because I would hate it. But you have it and you're getting bits out of it. So, you know, you can't really like, and you control that entirely. You can choose which ones to turn on and off and how expensive they are. So if you have it on, then be prepared for it to be used, I guess. You can turn those off. But I actually hate Tangia. I'm like, I would hate having it on my stream. For those who know, Tangia is like a thing where it sits at the bottom of your like about section, and then people can like use bits to redeem like memes and stuff, and they appear on your screen. You have it as like a browser source set up and just like random stuff. We will never have Tangia. I hate it. I don't like it. I just hate it so much. But if somebody has Tangia, I will use it because they have it. They have it there. And why not? If I'm giving someone bits, why not have something happen on the screen? I'd say that if I don't like someone, yeah, for sure. What a terrible thing to say to someone. It's a great sneaky insult for sure. I don't know. I just hate people being mean. I don't know. My thoughts are like, if someone doesn't like me, I just don't want them to interact with me. Like, just ignore that I exist. That is the ideal scenario for me. I do not want to deal with it or interact with people like that. So I don't know. Wait, where is it? Do I have it still? Hey man, maybe instead of rage baiting, you can spend your time friend maxing and smile baiting. It's this cool new trend where you make people smile and feel good instead of hurting them for literally no reason. So yeah, people need to be friend maxing more. Seems I'm up from nap just in time for the next 20 hours of stream. I was going to end stream, Daz. I haven't eaten. How was your nap? Good, except now I gotta go clean my linen and shower. No! Doing the chores. Gotta do the chores. Are you streaming today, Daz? If you sign up to something and users use it, don't act like it's a bad thing. You put it there. Exactly. There's like that 100%. That's my thought on things. And again, and that's, I don't know. I'm like, if you don't like it, remove it. Just remove it from your channel or go in there, sort, get rid of ones you don't like. But person we know keeps just raising the prices on things, which is like, okay, I can still use them then. Bear went to sleep, and I think Embers is probably asleep. And now's your chance, Daz. It's your chance to catch up. But yeah, I don't know. That's just my thought. I did feel bad about scaring Lorquette though, because her alerts were so loud and she didn't know it. That was very funny. That's very funny. She just was like, you know, that was her first stream back, so she just didn't know how loud things were and all of it. So I thought that was funny. Totally, if someone doesn't like me, that is none of my business. I don't know. I'm just like, when I don't like somebody, I also ignore them. Like I just don't interact with them. I don't try to talk to them. Like, it's really easy. It's really easy to do, just to not interact with somebody. But so, like, I don't know, when someone goes out of their way to be mean to you or to do stuff like that, it's just like, why? It's, ignoring me is free. It is free. You can even, like, even as a viewer, you can block people. You can you know, you can hide their messages if you really don't want to see somebody. The only time it doesn't work is if you're a mod for that channel and you have someone blocked, you will see their messages because you need to be able to moderate. But if you're a viewer and you don't like let's say you don't like one of the mods, if you have them blocked, you don't see their messages. They still see yours. Because again, you have to be able to be moderated, but you know. There's somebody that I modded for a while back. It's the first channel that I modded for. They had somebody who would like always try to be like sliding into their DMs. Look at, we're still out here. Are you still at dinner? Or do you mean like we're still out here? Like the channel where I'm still alive. This person, the streamer was, there would be somebody who would come into stream and be like, they'd be like, check your Discord DMs. And they'd be like in the middle of stream having conversation, and they were just very nice and very like accommodating. So they would check the messages. And it was just very distracting as a viewer. It was very like, what's going on? So like, I advised them like, hey, you should probably be like, you know, I'll read them after stream or whatever. And so he started doing that, but they would be like, no, check them now. I would step in as a mod and be like, hey, this person will, like, the streamer will check them out after stream, like, chill. They're busy. They're busy streaming right now. And, but that person blocked me, but they were then like surprised that after they blocked me, I could still see their messages and I was still timing them out because, like whatever. Eventually I banned them, but anyway. It's a drive home. You're still alive. There we go. That's wonderful for us. Oh, how was Din Din? Korean? Yeah, you did say today that you guys love Asian food. What did you have? What, Korean barbecue or something else? We're just talking about stream things now. Again. We haven't just been talking about stream things. I played the game and then we're back. Oh, we're obsessed. Oh, I haven't had that much Korean food. I have to say. I haven't had much Korean. Lots of Japanese food, lots of Chinese food, Thai. Wait, people were mean to Lurkette? He was mean to Lurkette. Yeah, using bans to threaten kind people for using things you wanted on your stream is an entirely bizarre thing to me, and I never want to be that person because I know how it makes me feel knowing that I do my best to respect people's rules and be a good viewer, but I'm threatened with a ban for being a good person. It's an awful feeling. No, I totally get that. And that's always a thing. I feel like it's great sometimes to watch a streamer and be like, actually, I don't want to do that. Actually, you can learn from someone and be like, I don't want to be that type of streamer. Nick had japchae. I will say, I don't know how to pronounce a lot of things. Oh, Madrigal scared you with the follower alert yesterday. That's what it was. And yes, I have heard of. Yep. But you had Lurkette. I've heard of that. Do I know how to say that? I don't know. Why are you dropping frames? It hasn't been acting great today. But we haven't dropped that many, but it just is a little bit more unstable today. Is it weird that this is the second day that they stopped monitoring my internet? Yes, it is a little weird. But we have not lost overall that many frames. But yeah, we'll see. I am keeping an eye on it though. That's how I felt planning my wedding. Love to see what not to do. Yes, for sure. Oh, I bet. Especially, how long were you planning your wedding for? Because if you went to any weddings like in the meantime, I'm sure it could be like you're at somebody's wedding, you're like, this? No, definitely not. It should be none. It's never been none, though. Go yell at the internet people again. It's been bouncing around a bit more today, and I don't know why. Like 9 months. Okay, so you probably had time to like peruse and, well, I don't know when was last time? You guys see? No, you know what? Both you and Nick are very nice and very friendly. You guys probably get invited to a lot of weddings. It could be the shrews. You guys probably get invited to a lot of weddings. I've not been to a wedding in many moons. But people don't like me, so. But to be fair, I don't like people sometimes, so. You know? But what was I gonna say? What were we talking about? Banning people, mods. Oh, just people being mean. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just if I there have been people here that I've banned that, you know, preemptively, that I've just been like, either they're a very mean person, or they have said some very wild things that I'm surprised they did not get moderated for or whatever. But and I see that as like, well, I'm curating the community and the stream and stuff. I can't remember the last time I went to a wedding either, TBH. It's been a long time. Don't badmouth my jet. I'll bash you. I appreciate that. Don't know a ton of people getting married, but the few were nice to learn from. Oh, that's good. But I feel like you guys are probably like, everyone, I can imagine everyone loves you guys. So everyone's probably like, we have to have them at our wedding. Sick Ralph on you. Thank you for the bits, Dez. He needs it, but Ralph would probably love him to death. Thug Ralph. That's such a healthy way to look at it. I need to remember that. I like banning people and stuff. Yeah. There was a... did you guys ever meet Square? That Square guy? He did Lego streams. I don't know. He's Australian. He has stopped streaming a while back. But he taught me that. He was like... He'll be like, I'll be watching someone stream. I'll be in their chat. And I'll be like, man, this person is either very annoying or I just don't want to deal with them ever coming into my stream. So he would pre-ban people, and he was like, I love it. And he taught me that, and I do it too now. But I mean, I don't know. To be fair, it's been great. I don't ever have to worry about those people just like finding my stream or coming in, or you know, if a streamer shouts me out, I don't have to worry like, oh, did they follow me or something? You know, like I never have to worry about that. I'll never be here. And that's fine. Again, the way I view it, there are so many streamers out there. It just happens that I'm not the one for them. You know, there are going to be so many other streamers who'll love them, and they'll love the streamer, and it'll be perfect. They'll be set. And me though, it's not the case. Bear's back. Last wedding I went to might have been 2008. Mine would be... I want to be... You're so healthy. I love that. Here's the thing, Lurket. Here's my secret. I'm not healthy. But... here's the secret. We bad out here. Here's the truth, Lurket, Nick. You guys are streaming, or not streaming. You're driving, so you can hear me. Because you guys have been gone for a bit. You know, you guys haven't streamed for a while. But I'm in my slop era. As a streamer, I'm in my slop era. Things have never been worse. Things have, content-wise, never been worse. We're in dire straits here. I'll be honest with you. But again, it's fine. It's great because, yes, Slop Era King. It's great because you guys will come back to streaming. I will impart what I have known in y'all's absence, and then I will diminish into the West. You know, so that way I've served my purpose, and then I will just like disintegrate into ashes or something. Last wedding I went to was last year at a pub. I remember that, actually. I remember you going. That's still... It sounded awkward a little bit from what you told me. I made food, did the laundry, and you're still on. I thought you said you were going to sleep, Bear. They'll be spreading their joy to other streamers. I love joy in quotations. And that's just perfect for them. Yeah, it's I just think it's like, you know, again, there's so many streamers out there, so many different communities, so many different whatever. It's just, it turns out ours is, it's not going to be the one. The content is so bad I cannot leave. But no, it's our if I were to do a diagnostic, an analysis, if I was a third party doing an audit on our stream, I'd be like, this is some real slop content right now. I think I used to try much more. I used to do new things. I used to have exciting ideas. Now I am a washed up unk. I'm chopped like mincemeat or morsels or something. I am chopped. We have hit peak slop, and you know, maybe I'll come out of it on the other side somewhat unscathed. Again, Lurket was like yesterday, it was so funny. She was like you're just so, like, you've been so consistent over the years. And I mean, like, there have been like a month where I'll like dip down and how many streams I've done or whatever, but like I've been streaming through those. We're about to hit 6 years. And what did you say? You're like, I can't remember what you said, but I remember responding with like I'm I think I said I think a healthier person would have stopped streaming. Which I think is true. I think a healthier person would have acknowledged, oh, we're not making any progress. We're not doing any better. We're actually probably getting worse. It's time to move on. I think a healthier person would have, moved on to the next venture. No, unk. I'm using the word unk now, Bear. I'm unk masking. Maxing. There we go. Unk maxing. It's the coziest, comfiest stream. It's certainly something. I do put people to sleep. Addictive King. Yeah, Daz is getting points, Bear. If they can't find anyone on Twitch, there's a bunch of people on Kick who would welcome them. Honestly, true, though. You aren't washed up? I'm getting there. We are, at the very least, the permanent press cycle on a washing machine. We are getting washed up. Hearing you say chopped was pretty rough. Is that what I sound like? Oof. No, we're chopped. We're chopped. Chat, we're chopped. We're chopped mogging. I think you can chop mog, right? I also think unk is not really an insult, even if people are using it that way. Being an unk is awesome. It's certainly like, what's funny is there's heckin' old. There's what's funny is I saw like a video where some people who were not out of the loop were like, they were out of the loop. Were like, unk is actually short for uncool. So it's actually an insult, that's not the case. It's short for like uncle. They're just saying you're old, but like, it's just very funny to me that, I don't know. That was funny. 26 isn't old. Yeah, it is short for uncle. There's also grunkle, which is grumpy uncle, right? That's Grunkle Stan. But if you enjoy what you do for the people who enjoy you doing it, why not keep doing it? Well, I don't know. It's sort of, do I enjoy what I'm doing? I don't know. Sometimes I don't know. But I think I look at myself in the OBS preview like I am now, and I just see a shadow of the former man that I was. Or, who is that? Who is that chopped person on my screen? Such choppy. It's not just the frames that are choppy. It's not just the frames that are chopped. It's the best gunkle. Are you a gunkle? Or, well, uncle at least. Are you an uncle, I suppose? I know the G part for sure. Heckin' old. Totally love being an uncle. Yeah, unk just means old. What's wrong with being old? Asking for a friend. I think it's because I'm actually an uncle and old enough to be an unk. So when they say that, I'm like, well, yes. Absolutely not relatable. Too real. Literally had that thought to lurk at. Whatever. You and Nick need to just look into the mirror and smile every day. And thank your lucky stars. That's what you guys need to do. Unbelievable. Imagine saying that. I see a handsome and kind man who is very entertaining and not washed up or unk. Yeah, when you're looking at Daz. I've sent so much since 2020. I've sent so much. Sent so much? I'm a battle-hardened warrior? Rough? No, whatever. Seen! Oh. No, okay, no, that makes more sense. I've seen so much. A battle-hardened warrior. You guys still don't look a day over 23. You guys are forever young. I wanna be forever young. But no, you guys look wonderful. You guys are fantastic. I was even, when Lurkette, you messaged me yesterday, I was like, because the last message above that was your wedding photos. Can I show it on screen? Can I show your wedding photo on stream? Cap, I love you. It's not. I am not capping. I am not capping, everybody. I do not cap. By the way, this is Lurkette and Nick at their wedding. Oh, this was a very large image. Hold on. Wait, I can do, wait. Right click, transform, fit to screen. Look at them. Look at them. Look at this lovely couple. Oh, that's weird. It's like resized. Oh, what's happening? It won't let me crop it normally. It was a very white wedding. Yeah, look at that. I feel like Nick looks very dark academia in his suit and the bow tie. Lurkette, you look wonderful. Hey, look at, you're both staring off at your bright future. Look at you. Professors are hot. Hold on. Let me catch up because I did miss some things. I got a split, Daz. I hope you have a good one. Thanks for popping in. Have a good one. Oh, and you don't have to apologize for snoozing. Are you streaming today? Are you streaming tonight? Is it? Oh, and you asked, is the nose ring new? Yes. I had my stud in, but I need to get this. It's the wrong size. I need to get it replaced. And actually, I am getting it replaced. I have a second one coming in, but I do have a nose ring. I got my nose pierced. Mobile doesn't show it. Hold on. You guys get to look at my bad skin also. There it is. There it is. Look at that chopped person on the screen. Such chopped. I got my nose pierced in Australia. And I only recently, earlier this week, I swapped it out for a nose ring because you have to wait 6 months. But it's a little too, I don't like the gap. I want it to hug my nostril more. So I've gotten a smaller size. I want it to just be there. I don't like the extra room. I don't like the extra room, but let's see. Also, I was not capping. There was no capping coming from me. I like what you do, even if you don't. Well, thank you, Vix. Yeah, they looked lovely at their wedding. Look, again, they're on the screen. Look at them. They're looking at their bright future. We love it. they're thinking about streaming and that. Look, they're both smiling, thinking about streaming again. Dead. Yeah, but I do. You're so young and hip. Yeah, that's what it is. That's so cool. Australia, quiet flex. No, I just that wasn't supposed to be a flex. But yeah, I got it while I was there. It was one of the stretch goals. Like, because I one day on stream I wore a fake one and tried to convince everyone it was real. I did that for a week, and then I was like, at the end of the week, at the end of stream, I was like, lol, it was fake. But so many people were like, oh, that really suits you. And so I was like, oh, do I get a nose ring? And then I had it as one of our stretch goals. I was like, if we reach this goal, then I'll get my nose pierced. And so I ended up getting it pierced in Australia. Perma capper? No, there's no capping. You guys looked wonderful. You guys still look wonderful. That's why you guys not streaming, you're depriving Twitch of lovely looking people. So I was convinced, and then I was very upset. That's true. They were like, "Oh wow, you got your nose pierced. That's very cool. Yeah, it suits you." And I was like, "Oh, okay, maybe actually." I was doing it as a joke, but maybe it worked out. Looks good. Thank you. I need to. Yeah, I think I'll like it more when I have the right size. Because every time I see it now, I'm just like, oh, it's so. It sticks out so much. I need a shrew update. No update. I have not seen it or heard it anywhere, which makes me nervous. Because I don't. Part of me is like, is it in the living room? I think it comes from the kitchen. I think there's like a behind my oven. It is Vix. It's not my pet. But surely it's a different shrew. But I think it comes. There's like a hole in the wall where like some tubing or something is like, going into something connected inside the wall. I think it's coming from there because I don't know where else it would come from. So I really don't know, but I have not heard anything. I have not seen anything. I have occasionally looked around while I'm streaming, just like a whatever, but I have set up a perimeter in at the entrance to this room. So it is either in here or it is out there, but it has not moved in between the two rooms. So I don't know if I can block it in any way. I don't own this place, so I can't like just do renovations. When I had shrews, one of the first times, I called the building people, and they were like the homeowners, people who like take care of this stuff, because again, I'm renting. And they said they're like, we can't really do anything. We can't like send a they weren't going to pay for a exterminator. They were just going to set traps. So they're like, you can just get traps and do it yourself. Can you not block it? Yeah, so I don't know. As long as it's not in the bedroom, I do not know if it's in the bedroom or not. I'm in the bedroom right now. My streaming computer is in my room. And this is where I saw it last. Well, no, I saw it, I guess technically last. I did see it run into the living room, but again, when I went to go answer the door to get the grocery stuff, I wasn't able to keep an eye on it, so I have no idea where it is. Even like buying an object that could block. Well, it's behind my oven. I don't really know what would be safe to put back there. House tour never. I don't want anyone to know where I live. And I know there are people who will like, I've heard some crazy things out there. Of like people showing off their like where they live, and then people who want to like dox you, they'll like keep track of your like floor plan, and then they'll look up floor plans in your area trying to find like the look. I just don't want I don't want anyone. That's why we have a green screen. Nobody knows anything. I never show pictures of like, wait, it is actually crazy. There's like, I think apparently there's also, I was reading, that's possible. Yes. There are, because a lot of that stuff, like a lot of floor plan stuff, you can just look on Zillow, or like a Zillow, adjacent style of website, you know, for renting properties or buying houses or whatever. You know, those floor plans are just there. But there, I was reading, someone was saying that there's actually like a doxing group out there, which I mean, there are weirder things on the internet, I suppose. But there was like a doxing group where they will like try to, I suppose they're kind of like hackers, I guess, but they'll like with limited information will try to locate information about streamers and content creators and like famous people and whatever. And granted, I don't think I am necessarily somebody who's going to be likely targeted for doxing. I don't think people care about me. I mean, it'd be nice to have a fan. I'll just say that. But that's a joke. I don't want to be doxed, but I wanted to make a joke. But I've heard, I was reading like they were able to do things like based on like this one streamer. To also be fair, I feel like most of the people they're doxing tend to be women creators, particular because men like to be creepy. But they were able to like find this creator's address based on like her, like she wasn't doing a house tour, but she posts a lot in her home, and it's a lot of like, you know, her walking through her house or whatever. So they were able to figure out like, well, because then there's also what's the geo thing where people would be like, well, she walked by a window and it was sunset out this side, which means like the sun was setting. You could see it setting through the window, which means that's west. So the house is oriented like this. So we need to find a house plan or floor plan that is like vaguely this shaped, that has a window that faces west. That's like whatever, like, you know, it's like that kind of crazy stuff that I'm like, that is wild, and I don't want to be doxxed. So I don't know. I try not to, like, I never post pictures of like inside my home or anything just because I'm paranoid. I will admit it. Again, am I likely to be a target of doxing? Probably not. I don't think. Yes, there are people that don't like me, but I don't think I elicit that kind of response. I think people that don't like me are more like, they want as little to do with me as possible, typically, which, fair. But baffled. Good thing my house is built by my ancestors in the 1800s. You see, that's something they could, so someone would be like, homes in area built in the 1800s. Like they might try like that little information, you know, like they could try to, I don't know. That's so sad. A doxing group. Yeah, I know it is, right? It's just like, let's be miserable together. There was just someone recently in the news that was doxed and swatted. Was it the grandma lady? Honestly, I'm just curious about the Shrew's layout. What they're using as a home. Yeah, I don't know. Is the thing. I really don't know. And again, I haven't seen anything. I don't think it can it won't be able to like exchange between these two rooms. Outside of that, I don't know. I really am mostly just wanting to keep it outside of this room because this is the bedroom. I will not sleep in this room tonight. I will sleep on the couch because I feel safer on the couch. But until I know things are safe. But me just seeing the shape of your bedroom would categorically not mean I'd be able to look up at a floor plan of all Alaskan houses to go, this one is Jet's. But that's the thing. I mean, like, yeah. But it's like, I've thought about it, and I'm like, there are certain things that are kind of odd in my place that I'm like, would someone be able to use that information to locate it? Whether, maybe not by floor plan, but looking, if they're dedicated enough, you know, would they be able to look at pictures of, you know, homes and figure out based on like, oh, that's sort of a weird, like feature of a room or something. Like, would they be able to do that? So I don't know. I try. My thought has been, I just will give people as little as possible, and that's all I can do, I guess. You know, if someone's really determined, sure, they'll probably find it some other way. But like, I don't know. But me, yeah. That's next level. I can't imagine. I'll say it again. Animals are better than people. True. Who wouldn't like you? I don't understand that. There are so many people that don't like me. So many people. In fact, so people, you know, actually don't like me. So it is, it just is what it is. I can't do anything about it, but I just try to ignore them and whatever. But, you know, but I think if you took a photo of your shrew friend in your house and posted that, surely no one could figure that out. I mean, surely, because they're not huge and it would be like in a corner, but I wouldn't want to. I don't know where it is, so. Unrelated to everything, love you. No, when I was like, it's Lurkette. Lurkette hates me. Just kidding. It's not. Nor is it Nick. But I no. There are, yeah. there are people that don't. It's never that. There are people that don't like me, and they've yep. There are people that don't like me. I've done what I can to mitigate my interactions with them, and whether they want to, you know, leave me alone or not, it's up to them, I guess. But I try my best to just not interact with people who don't like me. 2 extra for me, TVH. I've got games to be playing over trying to work out where you live for a photo or floor plan or something. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, yeah, people. I try to be careful. That's the thing. I don't know. I both come from the time of like when people, you know, put all of their date of birth information like in their username, coming from that side of like AOL Instant Messenger, and then like going from that to just being like, I'm trying not to share very much about myself to people. You know, I don't know. I just try to be careful. I know you wouldn't want to. I was just using it as an example. Right, for sure. Yeah. Refuse to believe that? I can guarantee you know that is very accurate. It is. I'll find them. It wouldn't take long. Once again, so healthy. I want to be you so bad. No, you're my role model. 100p. I don't know. I don't think so. I shouldn't be. Now I mean, I'll ask you for their floor plans. Unbelievable. No, I don't know. There are people that do not like me, and they're banned here. So I don't have to worry about that. I've banned them. I've blocked them. But, have they left me alone? Not really. They still keep doing their little thing. So I just try to ignore it as best I can, and then if things get bad, I try to address it in a way. I'm trying to be as generic as possible without giving any specifics. I try to address it as best I can, but yeah, there are people who don't like me. They've made fun of me in other people's streams and harass me basically when I'm around. So on and off, not all the time, but I just have been like, I just am trying to ignore you. Like I do not interact with this person at all. Like I do not try to interact. I do not talk to them. I do not interact with them. But there are people that are, just, it's whatever. Why should you not be a role model? I don't know. I mean, because again, I would say I'm not the healthiest of people. You guys might not realize this. I'm a very anxious person. And am very on edge most of the time. So this very cool exterior that you see that I've sold you on, it is a brittle frame. We write it on. Wait, I need to be in this chat more is what I'm learning, but honestly, this is so relatable right now. Really? Who's being mean to you, Lurkat? We'll put a stop to them. They're gonna regret it. I don't think so. That's the thing. But no, and it's fine. It's not fine, but it's like it is what it is. Again, my like, I'm not saying like, I know it sounds by me saying I just do not interact with them. I know it's saying that it probably sounds like I am conflict avoidant. I am generally not. Like if it's somebody that I care about, like if it's a friend or something, I will have conflict. I will have a conversation because I feel like that friendship is important. And so I am like, I will have a conversation because I think that's important. But if it's like somebody that I'm not friends with, like I don't have any kind of, like we have zero foundation, I'm just like, it's not worth it. Like it's just not worth the effort to do that. So that's why I'm like, I just ignore it. Like I do not want to talk to this person. That's why I blocked and banned them. I do not want to interact with them. I do not want to, be around those people. I don't want to see their comments. I don't want anything to do with them. But that's why as a preface, because I know it probably sounds like, oh, Jet just does not like conflict. I mean, conflict is not fun, but I will have it. You can ask closer friends of mine if I've ever been like, I don't like this, or like, can we talk about this? This hurt me. I will have those conversations, but name and coordinates? No. Anxious people can be role models. I mean, yeah, probably ones that are a little bit healthier, I would say, is probably the best bet. It's probably safer. I was in a real fight recently. Oh, that's right. Fox was. So now I feel irresponsibly ready to fight for you. Oh, Fox has like, oh gosh. There's that show called Home Movies. Fox has the bloodlust. Fox is ready to fight now. Has felt the thrill of it and is now going to join a fight club. Here's a fun story. My brother used to be the toxic person in my life. He even went as far as to blame me for cheating on his wife. What? Bear, that is wild. I'm not even sure how that makes sense. Who likes conflict? Crazy people, that too. I have met people who are like very conflict forward, and they love it, I think. I am not at that stage. I do not love, because I think part of me is like, I just, you know, I don't love the tension, but I do like see the benefit of conflict, which is like a healthy conflict, which is like, it can be a good thing because hopefully you're approaching it in a good way. Like anytime I've had conflict with somebody, especially if it's like the first time I've had like sort of a conflict thing with them, I usually like to explain to them a little bit of like, Tune, welcome in. I'll be like, I'm usually like, I just want to like, before I like, you know, say anything or you say anything or whatever, like I want to explain how I'm viewing this. I want you to understand me at the end of this conversation. I want to understand you better at the end of this conversation, and hopefully together there is a solution. Like there's something we walk together in this. That's my goal in conflict. And I try to make sure that's clear because I know I did not grow up in a home that had healthy conflict. So I grew up very like conflict avoidant, but I'm generally, now I'm like, again, like I've said, if I am friends with somebody and I have a problem with them or something that they've said or something, I will initiate a conversation and conflict and whatever, because I don't want it to go on. I am somebody who does not like it when people like hold on to things and are just like holding it against you for a very long time and then they explode. I'm always like, tell me those things. Like, so I hopefully treat them the same way where I will tell them those things as well. But, that's very funny. Both my best friend and my nemesis. Aries, that's funny. You have a nemesis? You have a nemesis? Home Movies, what a throwback. I love Home Movies. Such a good show. But they're Perry and there are these two boys, Perry and somebody else. I can't remember who the other kid's name was. But they were like joined at the hip. And there's one where they're like standing up to a bully or something. And it's so funny because they both have very high pitched voices and they're just like, oh no, now you're gonna get it. And then but someone's like, Perry, I have the bloodlust. And they're just talking about wanting to like fight people now. So that's what I feel like. Fox. Anyway. Home Movies is on HBO Max. Really? That's very fun. I like it because also H. John Benjamin, who does Bob from Bob's Burgers, is on it. He plays Coach McGurk. He has the exact same normal voice that he uses. Such a funny show. I loved Home Movies. I sometimes will watch clips on YouTube when I just need like to watch something random. My most recent play I performed in, that's right, because you act. Difficult to work with, and he thought being a confrontational was the same as being he thought being confrontational was the same thing as being powerful. He's one of those people that loves confrontation for joy. It's so strange. Yeah. I've known some people who were there, like, I could tell they like loved it. And they also, I think there's also a difference between like being confrontational for the sake of being confrontational versus like having healthy conflict. You know, like there is a difference. Confrontational also sounds very like public also. You know, I'm more of a like, let's talk after, you know, like that kind of thing, which might make people uncomfortable. And I'm sure I've made people uncomfortable with, you know, conflict and stuff. But, you know, again, hopefully by the end of the conversation, they understand. Again, the goal is like we understand each other better. That should be the purpose of conflict. Is I understand you better, you understand me better, we hear each other, that sort of stuff. I can't hear Perry without thinking of Perry the Platypus. What were Perry and home movies? Perry and Walter. That's what it is. Perry and Walter. They're very funny. Perry. I don't like conflict that I think will escalate into more bad than good, but if it's someone I know I can talk with or talk to about what they've done that's bothered me, and they will be like, OMG, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize it's done. I've done it. I'll try to do better next time. Then I'm absolutely all for a positive conversation about it, but there's people who you can tell that to, and they will start up a hate campaign, and I don't want that. Yeah, it sounds like, yeah, that's one of those things where it's like, well, you know, it sounds like they're unwilling to have a healthy conversation, so they're not mature enough for that, which is not, that's not good. I'll confront things if need be every time, but it doesn't bring joy or a thrill. No, and I don't think I enjoy it either. I think my hope is that things get better, but like I usually, when I know I'm gonna have like a conversation with somebody, I start writing down my thoughts. I write down notes. I write down an outline because I know in the moment I will be like, either I don't know what to say or I lose track or whatever. So like I will write. Again, I've also, for those who are new to me, I'm a bit of an overthinker. Just a little bit. And so I will basically plan like a flow chart of the conversation. So I'm like, all right, when I say this, what are they likely going to say? Okay, well, they could say these things. If person says this, then I will address this by saying that. If they are concerned about this, or if they bring this up, okay, well, I need to, see that. So I'll think about this. And then I if they, if they're fine, then we move over here. Overthinker buddies, this is so relatable. I think it's part of it is as a overthinker, as a very empathetic person, and somebody who also, and this might be aligned with both of those things, I'm somebody who's very like, I'll try to see things the way someone else sees it. So I'll be like, they probably, are viewing it this way. So like they might not see any problem with it. So like I need to like kind of explain why this hurts, or like why what they said I reacted that way or whatever. Like, so I do. And I also try to like, I will oftentimes be like, well, what if they're right? So like, let me think about that for a second. Like, I will try to look at things from like, well, if they think they're right about this, well, what do they, so it creates this whole flow chart of like whatever, but I create like outlines and notes and everything, just so, again, I think also it helps me communicate clearer in the moment, but it probably seems crazy. It probably seems wild. At work, whenever I had conflict and I tried to tell them to talk to me about it, they would almost always get mad and think I am better than them, which I'm not. I'm just trying to talk about it. It almost always ended bad for me. That sounds rough. That's, I think, if the show went well, I don't have to see them anymore, so it's all good. If I were in a situation like that with, like, in a situation where I'm going to be seeing this person very regularly or something, it would be like I would seek out like a third person to be sort of like a moderator in a way, like someone who either is like, if it's something that like needs to be addressed or something that needs to like again, like if it's somebody that you're going to see every day for the rest of your life, or like it's, you know, or it's a job thing, maybe like getting somebody who's outside of it to then be like, all right, like what, you know, to you know, it's basically like counseling is what that is, but it depends on the situation. It may not be worth it. Again, in most situations, you know, that like again, if it's a friend, I will, you know, try my hardest, because again, that's sort of that's my way of the ninja. Like I will be like, I fight for my friends, like, you know, that sort of mentality. But if a lot of times if it's like, all right, there's nothing lost here, then I don't know. I don't. Sometimes I'm just like, it's just best to ignore it. Like, I just will move on. Try your best, and if not, you know, what can you do? I guess. How long will stream be? I don't know. I'm just enjoying the conversation, so I'm just kind of going until you guys are like, I hate this here. I hate being here. I'm out. You know, then I'll be like, okay, yeah, it's probably time to go. At work, whenever I had conflict and I tried to tell them to talk to me about it, they would almost always get mad. Oh, right. I did read that. Thank you. It's okay. Yeah, you won't see them anymore. Overthinker buddies. This is too relatable. Amazing. Knew you do a 24. I'm not doing a 24-hour stream. Daz, are you streaming tonight? Are you about to stream? We got him. I've double Jet's age, so no, that's not true. Daz, we are both unks. For example, that guy who tried to stab me, I went up to him. That's right, asking him to talk about it. Wait. That's when he grabbed the knife, is when you wanted to talk about it? He has some unhealthy conflict styles. I've got a situation at work at the moment where my manager wants me to sit in a room with her and talk the issue out, but I think it will just end with her just being worse than she's already been. Is she... It's just going to be you two? Is there anybody else that can, like another manager or somebody that can like sit in or something? Oh yeah, Magical, I just asked that. Why not get food while chatting to us? I could. Not streaming tonight? Hot company tonight. Ooh. That's still very young. That's true. I'm Unk. If you're waiting for us to say we hate it here, you'll be streaming indefinitely, because that won't happen yet. Everyone has their limits. My manager said he'd sit in the room with the two of us because he thinks he's good at taking any rubbish if she tries to start anything. I just don't want work to feel even worse for me than it already does. Yeah, that's true. I think if that is a situation. I mean, it's a weird situation because, like, work situations with like a manager is tough because they are like technically, like, depending on what the issue is, I don't know what the issue is, you know, they are like in charge, but there are like rules and stuff, and, you know, it's still like different managers and all, you know, there's a lot that can be talked about. It can also be, I would still say, hopefully it goes well enough where it's not just them saying, you need to do this, you need to do that, blah, blah, blah. Because that's not good conflict. That it should be, no matter what the issue, them trying to figure out, like, how you view things, what's going on, whatever. You hopefully, you know, hearing their side of it as well, and then like coming to a conclusion together. I am also of the type, because I hate this. I hate when conflict is like, I am telling you this, and you need to fix this, and you need to figure it out. I'm not going to help you with that. I think that is awful. I hate that. So like, I always try to communicate when I'm having like conflict with a friend or something, that it's like, I always try to, I try to say this also up front to make sure they understand where I'm coming from, but sort of like my goal is we move together. Like, you know, this is something that, you know, furthers the friendship, and we move on together. I'm not going to be like, you fix this. I'm going to be like, what can we do to, like, you know, do that? Because I think that's what it means to be a friend, you know? My way of the ninja. Wait, that was a typo? But I mean, it's not wrong either. You just meant you're having company over or something? But yeah, I hope that the conversation goes well and stuff. But anyway, that's sort of my take on things. Am I the best at conflict? No, probably not. I try hard at it. I try to be decent at it. But like I want to have good conflict. I want to have healthy conflict, but I don't think I'm like the best at it, because I'm also a very emotional person and also very sad. So you know, I'm a sensitive, soft boy, and so I, you know, am I'm also that. So I wish I could say that every conflict I have is good and whatever, but it's not. And oftentimes I'm, you know, the problem. So it's me. But protect Jet at all costs. It's, you know, it's life. And sometimes, you know, life happens, and you catch a glimpse of yourself in the OBS preview, and you say, who is this chopped visage that I am looking at right now? Who is that? Who is this tattered, weather-worn crone? I don't know. That I see before me. Ah, yes, it is I. And then, you know, I think who is this cutie with the bright eyes? I don't think that's true. Neither of those things is true about me. My eyes are, in fact, quite dark. Crone is crazy. I couldn't think of like another word, but also, is crone always a woman? Because I've always heard that for like witches. Define crone. A term for an older woman. Okay, well, that's not what I meant. But it evokes the same imagery, I bet. Is there like synonyms? Is there like, oh my gosh. Oh no, these are all male version of crone. A sage? That doesn't seem right. That seems unfair. Those are two different things. Oh, there we go. A curmudgeon. A codger. Isn't that Australian? Or is that British? Maybe think of cobber. Cobba. Very bright, not voids. Oh my goodness. Is it both? Codger? Is that Australian? We are slightly, yeah, true. I feel like maybe I have heard an Aussie say codger before. Maybe in Apex. Just the black sheep of the family. This says a slang term for an elderly man, often slightly eccentric or old-fashioned. Apparently they say old coot is the closest conversational equivalent to old hag or crone, referring to a cantankerous old man. But I think that's basically what I'm trying to say. You know, I look in the OBS preview and I think, look at how tired that guy looks. Oh, cantankerous? Oh, cantankerous is great. It's like cranky, right? I think that would be the simplest definition. Define cantankerous. Bad-tempered, argumentative, and uncooperative. Crotchety, ornery, crusty, curmudgeon. Those are all synonyms. Often grumpy, ill-natured. Yeah, so cranky I feel like is kind of works. But I guess it's not just cranky, it's like stubborn. It almost feels more active. You're unwilling to do anything else. You're just like, yeah. I am cantankerous. I'm so curmudgeonly. I'll make that my word next week. You should. You guys don't know how cantankerous I am. Effervescent? No. That is absolutely not true. I am very not vescent. I feel like there's a pun or a joke I can make off of this. I don't know. It's complicated because I can't explain why the person has started being awful to me at work because we used to get on. I don't know why it changed or how to explain what she's doing beyond like ignoring me. Making comments about me being slow at my job, which apparently isn't enough to class as bullying. And just generally whispering to other people about me. Oh, that sounds awful, but I also have no solid proof of it, so I don't even know what to say in the issue, but I know we aren't friendly with each other anymore. I feel like sometimes the best thing is to say what you can, I suppose. Like maybe you know, if you can't prove something, maybe you don't lead with that. But I would, at the very least, be like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I don't know what's going on. But I can tell that things feel very different, and I don't really know why that is. And, you know, sometimes approaching it like that can be better. Like, if you can't fully, you know, define it, or if, you know, you could then say like later, like, I feel this way, or, you know, I don't know if this is happening, but I kind of get this impression somehow. Like maybe you can approach that stuff like if you like you said, the things that you don't have proof of, but the things that you can say, I mean, I think sometimes it's better just to be like, I don't know why this is, but this is, I feel this, like I feel like there is tension between us, or that there's something going on, and, you know, I would like it to be different. I would not like that. You know, I do not want this tension. This is very different, but I have found sometimes that if you don't know what to say, sometimes that's the best thing to say. I remember a friend of mine, this is many moons ago, her husband was in the military, and he was like deployed somewhere, and it'd been like a really long time, and I think they had like gotten married like not before, like not much time had passed before he was like sent on deployment, or like chosen to be deployed somewhere and then like sent or whatever. And I had like coffee with her one day, and I was asking how things are and were, and I was like I don't know what to say, but you know, I'm sorry that it's happening, and that, you know, I hope things get better and whatever. And she told me later that she really appreciated me saying I don't know what to say, because I guess she had said that a lot of people had like tried to say the right thing, and sometimes there's just not really a right thing to say. So anytime I really appreciate that, because I didn't know that landed as well as it did. I was just being honest. But I think now, like, anytime someone is experiencing like loss or you know, whatever, I feel sort of at ease knowing that I don't have to find the right thing to say. I can just be like, I don't know what to say, but I can understand that this is not a good time, you know, for you and whatever. So I feel like in this case it's obviously a different scenario, but I think if you don't know what to say, sometimes it's like, start with that. You know, start with that, and maybe you can both, you know, understand each other. Again, that should be the goal, is understanding each other. You literally just had a conversation about healthy conflict resolution. Wait, what was that about? You don't have to make one. Guys, we have to tie Jet down and force him to love himself. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. Literally the definition of bullying. It's the only way. In Australia, that's legit an offense. Yeah, for sure. That sounds like a miserable work environment. I hope some kind of resolution comes from it so that you don't have to keep working or going at work like that. Yeah, that's no fun. That makes every day probably seem terrible. Yeah, I think that's the only way I can approach it if we end up doing that chat, which TBH, I think it's necessary, or I'm going to end up signed off work because I dread going in when she's there. Yeah, that's one of those things. Oh, you're calling yourself cantankerous? Yeah, well, I can be both. I am a many-layered onion of a human. And I can be both cantankerous and also mediocre at conflict. Okay, I think I'm actually going to leave now unless I pull my phone back out. Maybe you should eat and get some rest. Yeah, I probably will here very soon. But Bear, I hope you have a good night. Get some rest. Have a good one. Have a good one. What was I going to say? But yeah, I hope that goes well, Vix. That's no fun. It's never a good time. And work is rough, again, because of different dynamics and, you know, all that sort of stuff. But I don't know. I don't know if it's worse having conflict at work or having conflict with friends. I've more conflict with friends and stuff, but well, friends, maybe we should end. Maybe the time is nigh that we stop. With work, you have to see those people every day. Yeah. It's that, well, and that's, I think that's one of the things that would make it worse, but also then, like, I don't know, part of me is like, I'm usually never really like close friends with coworkers. So like I'm emotionally not very like invested. So like conflict with a friend is very emotionally taxing and very like, is our friendship going to end? That sort of thing. So, you know, I think that's sort of the, just stop picking fights with me. You'll be fine. Oh no. Do what I say. Daz is exposing our fights. Unbelievable. I can't imagine this. No, yeah, I don't know. And if there's an imbalance of power, like manager employee, they can make your life miserable. Yeah, that's the kind of the thing that I was like, that makes it rough and also difficult to approach conflict sometimes, because there's also like sometimes if depending on the situation is the problem. Because this is not necessarily speaking to like Vix's situation, but if there's like a behavioral issue or something, then it's like there is some bit of it that's like, if management is saying this, you might have to do something you don't really like to do or whatever, like work-wise, but it just depends on the situation. So that's why I'm not, because we don't know the full story, I'm not saying anything really. Is there, if there's any two people more likely to pick a fight, I mean, that's probably true. But if you had conflict with me, that's fine. I don't think anyone can really make me angry unless it's at work, and inefficiencies trigger me. I'm working on it, okay? No, I mean, like, no, but there's still conflict and stuff that happens in between friends or something. There could be something that you're like, Jet, I do not like it when you do this. Or vice versa. There could be something that I'm like, Daz, I do not like it when you do this. It hurts me. It hurts me so. There isn't, but like, but I'll also say I feel like the Aussies are more conflict avoidant generally. I have found in comparison than Americans. So, but I might ask my manager if we can do 2 separate meetings, because there's the issue with that person, but also I think maybe it's worth having a chat with the person who tells me she's saying stuff about me, because while she might be doing it for good reasons, I think it adds fuel to me already feeling like I don't want to be around this person because of the snarky comments I've heard, but telling me stuff I haven't heard. So in a situation like this, Vix, I would document everything. So like if somebody tells you, hey, by the way, so-and-so has been talking about you, or they said this, I heard them make a joke about it or whatever. Write that down. Write that down in your, or on your phone. Date it. Time it if you remember the time. But say, on this date, so-and-so told me person B said this about me. Whatever. Document everything, so then you can basically take that to them and say, well, like, this person, on this date, this person was told, it's to cover sort of like your bases, so that like they can't be like, well, you're just making up stuff. Like you can say, I have all of these notes from these days, or like on this day, I noticed you're very short with me, or like you said this and you seemed angry. And again, some things could be misunderstandings or whatever. And again, that's why I always approach conflict like I could be wrong, which I feel like there's something to say about that maybe. But like, I am always like, help me understand you. This is what I've seen. And like, I hope you can like listen to that, but like, and hear me out. I hope I am feeling understood in this conversation. But I've also learned, I think it also takes just like a lot of practice to do. I mean, it can be a scary thing, but you also have to just like keep doing it. And eventually you like learn to not, I mean, I'm not saying this to you specifically, more speaking from my experience of like this learning than just the different aspects of like, okay, well, I want to feel heard, and so I'm going to make sure I'm speaking clearly. I know my shortcomings, so I need to be careful not to be too emotional or to not be too whatever. When they share their side of things, I want them to feel heard, so I'm going to ask them questions. I'm going to ask them to explain this or that or whatever. and then figure out like, okay, well, what is the next step? It's not just airing out grievances. It's like, what is the next step then? How do we move forward? Is the thing. I already told managers, I've been told she said things, but they say that's just hearsay and anyone can make anything up. So I don't think notes will help unless I mic her up or hack her phone or something. Well, that seems then just bad on the managers then. If there's like a repeated, if you can also say, hey, this person was telling me this, as I would imagine a good manager would then investigate that. Because there is then somewhere in the chain, there is a broken link. Either that person was saying bad things about you for some reason, or that person that was talking to you is lying and making up things, which also seems like a bad thing. So like somewhere in the chain, there should be something that's like investigated that's my thought. But, and to be fair, Vix, it could also be an unfixable situation at a bad work environment, a toxic workplace, that maybe the solution is also like, if they're not listening to you, if there is no resolution, if they're just like, you've told us that things are bad and we can't fix it and there's nothing that we're going to do to address it and there's nothing we can do, then the solution seems to be like looking for a new place to work, which is not fun. But at a certain point, it's like, okay, well, they're not listening to you. They're not addressing the issues or whatever. It's one of those things what I'm going to do. Yeah. And that's fair. I think looking for a new place to work. If there's really no resolution that can happen, but I mean, like I would seek out, try to have that conversation, I think is good. But if they're like, we just can't do anything, we can't mediate this, but I think it would also say something if you're the one who's like seeking a resolution and like leading that's definitely that would show to them, oh, Vix is like really trying to make this work. If she was trying to cause a major problem, then she wouldn't do that, but it's also, what is it worth really, do you like working there in the first place? Also, Emmy, welcome back. We're probably about to end here. They keep asking me to stay late and help them, but they don't seem willing to help me enjoy work more with the situation. So why would I help them? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no. Yeah, there's no reason to do that. For sure. Okay. Friends, let's go ahead and stop there. I appreciate you all for being here and hanging out with me. It has been fun. Thank you. Appreciate. We should be back tomorrow at some time. We'll play more Schrodinger's Cat Burglar. So we'll come back with that at some time. I'll message you guys in the Discord. Hopefully, I mean, we'll see also how the shrew situation is going. Do not see anything, but I don't know. But let me give a couple thank yous real fast to Emmers. Thank you so much for the 65-month resub. Very much appreciate it. Gilmore for the 70 months. Thank you very much. Bear, thank you for gifting subs to both Mr. Sputnik and Lurk@26. Gigi for the 100 bits. Daz for the 30 bits. And everybody, thank you for hanging and chatting. I appreciate it. I enjoyed the chats today. I like talking about this stuff, whether it's about stream stuff or, conversations like this. I do like it. So let's have more. Let's do that again. But tomorrow we'll be back with more Schrodinger's cat burglar. So we'll do that. But I'm going to have some food and lounge for the rest of the evening. But I hope you guys have a great rest of your day and or night. And I will see you guys again next time. Bye-bye!